Chapter 31. Ellis. I had been looking for this girl all day. She was like hunting for fucking gold. I thought I had found her when I got told by the doctors she had arrived at the hospital, but by the time I had got away from Miles and reached the hospital, Harley's parents told me she had left, telling them she needed some time because she was struggling with what exactly I am not sure. I am sure as hell that his parents were struggling a whole lot more. Their son mauled by my older brother to within an inch of his life. Not that they knew that part of the story. Oh no, I was under strict orders to depict a tale of a rogue attack, us having been on a run together and finding him. In truth, Miles would not tell me what he was doing there, likely running off his temper like he so often did. His temper was beyond control at the best of times, but I had been out for my usual training run and had caught the scent of blood. It wasn't a small amount either, making me concerned, because neither me nor my wolf could dismiss that as injured prey and continue on with our run like we truly wanted to. Integrity won over and made us go and investigate to find my brother's wolf jet ripping into the warrior guy. A guy I now know is called Harley. The moment I yelled his name, he oddly retreated like he didn't expect to be caught in what he was doing, and he ran off for the trees. The blood was everywhere. His injuries were horrendous. Worse than I have ever seen before. Though I have never been in war myself, his clothes were torn, deep wounds littered his body. Bites across his body. I was terrified Miles had already killed him, but I had to help, so I scooped him up in my arms, my wolf pushing forward to lend me his strength, and we ran toward the hospital, linking forward to allow them to prepare for his arrival. I could see smaller wounds were closing, but the larger ones I think were simply too much for his wolf to heal with the amount of blood he was losing. This guy was close to death. Of that there was no doubt. But what I didn't understand was why my brother would attack one of our own pack. He was meant to rein that temper in. Our dad had told him he could attack rogues if he felt the need to take his temper out on anything larger than small prey. Had he mistaken him for a rogue? Yet he had so clearly been in human form, attacked unawares before he had a chance to shift and defend himself. This all looked intentional to me. Leave him to die. Miles's voice had suddenly come through the mind link. He did not sound in the slightest bit shaken by what had just happened. In fact, he sounded calm, collected, cold. Miles. He needs help. His wolf is not healing him. You have injured him badly. Why? I asked as I continued the dash toward the hospital, glad of the additional support of my wolf. Why? Miles roared through the link. He deserved to die. You had no right in interfering. Interfering? How was I interfering? Was I not doing the decent thing and saving the warrior's life? No man deserved to die at the hands of their alpha for no reason. And if I discover there was a logical reason for him to be punished, then he can be punished in an appropriate way when he is healed. If he can be healed. Of course, because the amount of blood that seemed to be leaking over me was worryingly large. He needed help. He is dying. I am taking him to the hospital, I told him bluntly. Well, you tell them it was a rogue attack. Do you hear me? He ordered, and even though my brother was not with me, the attempt at an alpha order rippled over me. I may be of alpha blood, but he has power over me, being the next in line. He was trying to make me do what he wanted, trying to make me lie on his behalf. He knew he had done wrong. You want me to lie? I asked as I got closer to the hospital. He deserved it. That is what I will say. I will explain when you hand him over. So stupidly, I had done as he asked. I handed him over, and the doctors did what they could. He was in a bad way, and when I returned later to the hospital to look for Bailey, Harley's parents were both so grateful to me for saving his life. Yet, in truth, I could not feel like a hero, not when I knew the truth. Not when I knew my brother was to blame. Miles had been waiting for me outside the hospital after I had dropped Harley off. Anger written on his face. He looked like he wanted to tear me limb from limb. Why? He snapped, the moment I came close, and I simply shook my head. There is a guy in there literally knocking on death's door because of you. And you say he deserved it. I want to know why, because he had to have done something serious to deserve that. I mind-linked him, not wanting to risk any of the pack members wandering by overhearing our conversation. Miles gave me a dirty look. He questioned me. I felt like my heart skipped a beat. He had to be joking, right? He questioned him, and that is what he did to him. How is he ever going to rule as alpha if this is how he reacts to things? He questioned you, and that was all. I linked in disbelief. He has been with Bailey. And he implied I was lying about there being no mate bond. He knew of our mate bond, knew I rejected her. He needed to go. His eyes look like pits of fire right now, as he stares at me. He seemed to think everything he did was more than reasonable, but his words sunk in. He said he rejected her. That was different to what he had originally told me. He said she had rejected him. He had lied. My mind whirled with possibilities. He wasn't focused on his words here, so chances are he was saying the things that first came to mind, making them more likely to be the truth. He had blamed Bailey back then to take the heat off him. You almost killed him because of Bailey? I asked. I was surprised when I learned she had been his fated mate. I was shocked then that she had rejected him. But I am even more shocked now that Miles had rejected his own fated mate. Having met my fated mate, Hazel, I know the draw to them is something so strong once your wolf is there that it would be difficult to fight. How he had been able to torture her the way he had. Keeping her hanging on for a year and seeing her around pack and not wanting her desperately made no sense to me. He had laughed with me so many times, telling me tales of the things he had done to get to her. Like he gained some sort of sick pleasure from hurting her through the mate bond. Now, when I think back to the tales he told, there were so many signs that it was him that had done the rejection, but a small part of me wondered if he did like the connection they shared. And that was why he kept her around. He could not fight the decision my dad had made to allow her to go to university, and I am glad for her because I had heard how hard she had worked to gain that place. But Miles had pushed for her to come back to our pack, despite Bailey begging to be given permission to work away from the pack. Dad was going to allow it, but Miles intervened, saying he would be taking over soon, so he should be making that choice. And he thought she would be of benefit to the pack, so no permission was given. Now, I wonder if that was so she was close to him. Had he hurt the warrior because he was close to Bailey? Or simply because he had somehow discovered their mate bond, and he feared that it could get out. Either way, neither one was a reasonable motive for hurting someone, let alone putting them on the edge of death. He argued back with me. I did not want him being a risk. I did not like how he was. Miles snarled, his head turning to look at me. Did you tell them it was a rogue attack? He asked. And I began to regret my decision to do as he asked, but I nodded. I told them we were out for a run, and we found him. Said you had gone to check the woods, see if you could see anything, make it seem more believable, I explained, hating myself even more for the lies I had helped my brother create. I did not like the man he was becoming, and in truth, I think I feared for the pack under his control. It was at that point I realized I needed to go and speak to Bailey, which was where my hunt for her had come in. I had misjudged her because of the things Miles had said, and I owe her an apology. But not only that, I needed to talk about this with her. I needed her opinion on it. I cannot hide this from my brother. Even if it means putting my own life at risk, our pack deserves better than this. He is a danger to himself and to the others around us. But I know I cannot do this alone. Miles harassed me non-stop about keeping my mouth shut. threatening me with so many things, including ejecting me from the pack the moment he became alpha, so I was made a rogue if I so much as breathed a word of this. Though he also tried to use the fact I had lied about Harley's injuries at the hospital as it already implicated me, so I would be seen as part of the problem. Not the solution. I felt a little trapped, but I knew I had to do something. But I knew I would have to watch my back because I did not think my brother would think twice about harming me. The moment he had left me, I was on to my hunt for Bailey, her mind link blocked. Though if my brother was giving her shit, I could not blame her, and she was likely in pieces having been told her boyfriend was severely wounded. Which was why I had decided upon trying the hospital first, thinking she would be by his side. After dashing from the hospital once I realized she wasn't there, and after spending a little time with Harley's parents, I decided to make my way to the pack house in the hope of seeing her dad. Our pack beta, he may be of some help. I had tried his mind link, but it was blocked for some bizarre reason, so I could only try his office. And it was only as I reached the corridor and I saw Bailey being led into his office that I knew I had struck gold. Chapter 32. Bailey. I eyed Ellis suspiciously. Why was he here? Turning up unannounced, and just walking in the way he had irritated me. Yet his appearance made no sense. Why would he need to talk? He had evidently been involved somehow with how Harley had ended up in the hospital. From the things I heard while sitting with his parents, it had been Ellis telling the doctors of the rogue attack. But, at the same time, had it not been for Ellis, Harley would not have got to the hospital, and he would have bled out in the forest somewhere. That is the part that confuses me. Sit down then, son. My dad says, acting perfectly normally with Ellis. A boy he considers his nephew, his best friend's son, a boy he has seen grow up from the day he was born, the same as Miles. The benefit of being best friends with the alpha, I suppose. Thanks, Uncle Donovan. Ellis drops himself onto one of the chairs. I am guessing I have disturbed you. He looks between the two of us, a little uncomfortably, clearly aware of the fact he had caught us in the middle of a private conversation. Well, we were talking, yeah. My dad says with a smile. I have a feeling I may know what about, Ellis says. Which is why I am here. Well, I was here to talk with Bailey really, but I think talking to you both may help. I looked at him confused. He had been looking for me, and he wanted us to help. What do you want? I snapped, unable to forgive him for the way he had been with me since the day in the garden. Bailey, give the boy a break, my dad says with a small chuckle. Let him at least try and talk before you jump down his throat. It is fine, Uncle. I likely deserve it. I owe you an apology, I think, Bailey. I learned a few things today, Ellis says, looking at me, and he looks decidedly green around the gills, making me wonder what he is talking about. You owe me an apology. I chuckled. That was not what I was expecting from him. Our alpha sons were not accustomed to admitting they were wrong, nor to apologizing. You didn't reject my brother, did you? He says. And I simply shake my head. How had he learned that? Perhaps if he had used the few brain cells in that pretty little head of his when he disturbed me and his brother in the garden, he may have been able to work out that his brother was lying when he said it was me that had rejected him. I should have known really, with the things he was saying and doing, but I am sorry. The way I spoke to you was wrong. You deserved better, and after what I have witnessed today, I have seen what my brother is capable of, so I can only imagine the things he has been putting you through. Ellis speaks with a tone of unease. Okay, maybe I have been a little harsh on Ellis, as he seems to be being genuine right now, and he seems to be worried about how he had treated me. But, right now, that was the least of my concerns. Something else he had said caught my attention a little more. It wasn't a rogue attack, was it? I demanded, knowing I was right. My gut had told me all along the moment I had heard Harley was hurt that it had been Miles. Ellis looks to me and slowly shakes his head. I hate that I lied to cover for him. I was out for my run and found him attacking Harley. I shouted at him, and he stopped before running off. The injuries to the warriors were so bad, I knew I had to help him. So I took him to the hospital. Miles told me to leave him to die, but I could not do that. So he ordered me to tell them it was a rogue attack, saying the guy deserved what he got, and he would explain why once I had left him at the hospital. I elaborated on the rogue lie. Only when I learned why he had done it was I shocked. Disgusted, my brother would sink that low. I could see my dad's face taut with concern, while Ellis's hands were trembling. I messed up, he whispered. No, son, you didn't. My dad tells him. You saved that boy's life. You stood up and did the right thing. You didn't know what the reason was when Miles asked you to lie, so you took the word of your brother and the upcoming alpha. So many others would do the same. And when you discovered the truth, you have chosen to speak out. That boy should be okay. I spoke to the hospital. He is in and out of consciousness now. That is because of you. But we need to speak to your dad, Ellis. I chew at my lips anxiously. This was such a mess, all because of the mated bond between me and Miles. Though I think even without that, Miles was dangerous. Should I get him? Ellis asked. No. My dad urged, taking us both by surprise. We will wait it out. Are you up for that? Ellis looks at my dad, confused. Though I think I was equally confused. You want to let Miles think he has got away with it? Dad nods. We need to get the warrior away from the pack to his mother's former pack for treatment and recovery. Somewhere he will be safe. Speaking out now will bring awareness to the fact we know of his involvement and likely bring attention to what we are doing. Ellis nods as if in agreement. That makes sense. I sat in an awkward silence before Ellis looked to me. Bailey, I know you won't consider it genuine, but I am sorry. I know better than anyone how shitty it can be being the sibling that gets overlooked because you were born second. I know as kids we were bastards to you for being a bit different. You didn't deserve that. Nobody does. I think some of it was frustration that you didn't have to try to do well in school when all of us struggled. But you didn't deserve that. I got to say, I respect what you have done though. Ignoring all the crap people gave you and pushing harder and getting your degree. Miles was more than likely the fool for rejecting you. My dad sat nodding his head while I simply shrugged. Well, it doesn't matter now, does it? He called the school I had an interview at and told them I was declining their offer of a job. I told Ellis. His eyes widened in shock. Seriously, I nodded, not wanting him to know of my plan to leave. I was terrified somehow that he knew that it would be leaked to Miles and everything would go wrong. I assumed that was why my dad hadn't mentioned that part of our plan too. I still wanted my chance to escape, so you have your degree. But he will not permit you to work. He questions and I nod. I think he still considers you as his. It doesn't matter, Ellis. What matters is that he is dealt with now for what he did to Harley. What reasons did he give? What scares me is that he could hurt others. I told him, and I saw Ellis look down at his hands anxiously. Just said he had questioned him. So perhaps he felt his rank was being doubted. Plus, he mentioned him being with you. So maybe jealousy. And of course the fact he knew about your mate bond. And that he didn't believe him when he said there was no mate bond. It sounded to me like Harley had stood up to Miles for me. And in doing so had found himself the victim of an attack. Miles had gone from a slight threat to a serious danger now. Hopefully with the help of Ellis we could do something to change that. Chapter 33 Bailey. My dad decided to walk back to the house with me. Terrified for my safety, after what had happened to Harley earlier, but I had yet to visit Harley at the hospital, so I had to inform my dad the moment I was done visiting him. So, I walked through the doors of the ICU department to be greeted by Harley's parents, embraced in one another's arms outside the room where I was sure I had left them earlier with Harley. Why were they outside his room? Why were they not in there with their son? My head began to pound, as did my heart. My mind spun with the many possibilities. My dad said he had spoken to the hospital, that everything was okay, even that Harley was in and out of consciousness. So why did this look like something had gone wrong? My heart clenched at the thought of losing Harley. I didn't know if I should leave them in private. Maybe I should not be here right now. But as I was about to turn and walk away, Harley's dad looked up and caught sight of me. "Ah, Bailey, you came back. I said I would," I told him with a sad smile. "Is everything okay?" My heart felt like it was racing out of my chest right now as I waited for his answer. But thankfully he nodded. "The doctor is just checking him over. You know, Harley has been asking for you." I could not help but smile at his words. "Has he? The moment we said you had been here, he was asking when you would be back," his mum said with a chuckle. "I am sorry. My dad needed to see me." I felt I had to explain. "Ah, yes, he did mind link us. And we feel the things he is suggesting may be for the best. Harley too. He said you and he had spoken of going there anyway. We did not realize you, and he were so serious," his dad said with raised brows, making me blush. I stuttered a little. I would not go with him, not now. Harley needs to do what is better for him to keep him safe. I assume my dad explained everything? Harley's dad nodded. "We know not to say a word. We will be headed there with him. Steffi has spoken to her former pack. They are arranging things, so we will be going as soon as get the green light. But when Harley told us you, and he had planned to go there before this, I had assumed you might come too." I slowly shook my head. Truly shocked at the sped, this plan was now taking shape. Though my dad had said it needed to happen quickly, and I have to say, I agree. The sooner things happen, the safer everyone will be. I am going to speak to Harley. He means so much to me, and has been the sweetest guy to me lately. But he has a fated mate out there, and he deserves to find her. He needs to put his safety first too, and that is not being with me, even if that means hurting myself. "Oh, sweet girl." His dad shook his head. "You seem to have been dealt a crappy hand. That is one way to look at it," I said to him. "Can always ask for a re-deal. Right, Bailey?" Harley's mum, who I now assume is called Steffi, says with a smile. "You are a smart girl. You seem to know what you want from life. So, you go out and get it." I nodded. Maybe she is right. I do not need to accept the hand I was dealt. Me moving is the right thing. While we wait for the doctor to finish doing their checks on Harley, I take my phone from my pocket and message Luna Eden. Hi, this is Bailey. I am sorry to have messed you around going back and forth like a yo-yo. I appreciated everything we spoke about on the phone, and I can't begin to tell you how things are for me right now. But I have had a chance to consider all that you said, and I don't think I can turn down the opportunity to come and work for you. So please would you consider me for the role of teacher that you offered me, and allow me a place within your pack whilst working there due to the distance from my own pack, as we had previously discussed. Thank you, Bailey. The corridor of the hospital was quiet, with the unnatural light that made it so uncomfortable to sit and wait. But soon enough, the doctor came out and smiled towards Harley's mum and dad. All done. His parents wasted no time in rushing back into the room, and I reluctantly followed behind, nervous about facing him considering the state he was in when I had seen him earlier, and now knowing the things he had gone through due to Ellis, explaining what he had seen, knowing that everything he had suffered was because of his connection to me, because of the doomed mate bond between Miles and me. I heard Steffi chuckle as I walked through the door. "Could you make it more obvious? You were not bothered about us being here, Harley." Literally straining to look around us to see Bailey, she says, and I feel myself blushing. It seems he had been more open with his parents about me than I had with mine about him. I had barely spoken about him with anyone. I didn't want to embarrass him if anyone knew he was linked to me. I was far from the most popular person in the pack, and I didn't know if it would be a source of humiliation for him to be seen with me. Evidently, I could not have been further from the truth. "Bailey." Harley's voice was hoarse, like he was struggling to speak, understandably so. I wouldn't wonder as his eyes settled on me the moment I went into the room. I smiled at him. "Hey you, maybe we should give these two some privacy," Harley's dad said, taking the hand of his mate and leading her from the room, making Harley blush a little this time while I perched myself on the seat next to his bed. "I am so sorry for all of this, Harley," I told him, reaching for his hand. "I hate that this is because of me." He frowns. I can see instantly that some of the wounds are a little less severe than they were when I was here earlier telling me his wolf was trying hard to help him. Though the motion of frowning causes him to wince as it must disturb the wounds upon his face. "Bye. This is not you. This is him, all him. But it is because you are with me. Well, connected to me," I told him. And again he shook his head. "You know, I am headed to my mum's pack." He questions, and I nodded. "My dad suggested it as a way of keeping you safe," I told him. And I think he is likely right. I don't know what he might do next, Harley. I likely made it worse disagreeing with him. "But you spoke with your dad?" he asked, sounding shocked. "That has to be good, right? Dad? Jordan, Ellis." He nods. "I think Ellis helped me." I smile. "Yeah, he did. He saved your life. Found Miles attacking you, stopped it and carried you to the hospital. Though he did say it was a rogue attack because that was what Miles told him to say. He then discovered the truth about it all and came to me and my dad." I explained, and Harley shook his head. "I am done here, bye. I won't be coming back. I can't serve under him. He tells me, and I don't think I can blame him. He will be a dangerous and ruthless alpha. It scares me. I just hope that Luna Eden will be willing to give me the opportunity to get away too. If not, I will be moving to the human world to apply for work. One way or another. I will not be staying here while he is here. And most definitely not while he is in charge. That was why my dad said about your mum's pack. Keep you safe there, especially while you heal." I told him, feeling relieved that he agreed to go and do just that. Glad that he had seen it the exact same way I had, so why not go together? Live that dream we had together. It can be possible. Make those plans a reality. I can see the excitement in his eyes, and I feel my heart aching at what I am about to do. "Harley, I don't think we should. You are safer on your own. Being with me is what got you into this mess." I tightened my grip upon his hand and I saw him bite his lip as if in deep thought. "This is it. You have done with me now," his voice falters. "I think the world of you, Harley. But you are better without me. You have a fated mate out there, so it was always going to be complicated taking me as a chosen mate, right?" I tried. A chosen mated bond is stronger, because it is one your heart and soul decides upon, Bailey. But if that wasn't enough for you, then I don't know what it is I can offer. He slides his hand out of mine, and I felt tears stinging in my eyes as they began to drip. "No, Harley. Don't do that. I am trying to do the right thing for you here, trying to keep you safe. I wanted everything you offered me. I truly did. But you know deep down in your heart that being with me is putting you at risk. At least right now it is. So, we can't do that. You wanted all that? He stutters. Of course I did, but right now that can't happen. I softly put my hand to the side of his face, trying carefully not to catch his wounds, which the nurses now appeared to have dressed. Keeping you safe is my priority, Harley. So please, do this for me. We will stay in touch and see one another too when we can. But right now, it can't happen. I am sorry. I feel a tear drip down my cheek, which Harley reaches up to wipe away. But he slowly nods. Harley released a long breath. I guess so, but if it is a case of keeping safe, then you need to get out of here too. Sweet cheeks, you know that, right? And I find myself smiling. That is the plan. Chapter 34. Bailey. After giving Harley a hug and fighting tears, I walked from the hospital to find my dad waiting for me, just as he had promised. Leaning against the walls of the pack hospital, taking the moment to enjoy a chance to relax. Basking in the late afternoon sunshine, he must have heard me approaching as his head turned to look at me the moment I moved down the steps, and I watched as his eyes darted across mine, taking in my tear-filled eyes, and his face filled with concern. Is he okay? I assume he had jumped to the conclusion he had passed away or something along those lines with me battling tears. I simply nodded, not feeling up to elaborating on everything I had just discussed with Harley. It had been difficult enough the first time. I did not need to go over it again with my dad, because he would want to analyze it too, and I most definitely did not have the energy for that. We going home? I asked. Well, I am walking my little girl home, yes, but I do have to head back to the office. I have a few things I need to see to before I am done for the day, he says with a smile. I find myself smiling back at him. I am glad he wants to walk me home, and appreciate him looking out for me. I do not, however, appreciate him referring to me as a little girl. Little girl? A little less of that, Dad. I am an adult now. Do you not think I have grown past being called your little girl? I asked him. And he chuckled to himself like he found himself so amusing. Though my dad had always had a habit of laughing at his own jokes, always my little girl. It doesn't matter how old you are, Bailey. Something Ellis said bothered me though. Does being the second sibling really cause you to feel like you weren't important? His face had gone from smiling to looking downhearted now, which tells me he never thought of it that way. Obviously, in my mind, he hadn't been a bad parent and neither had my mom. They had ensured we all had everything we needed. But their priority did tend to fall to Jordan, with him being the beta heir and, of course, with Morgan, with her being their youngest. Not to mention she had a habit of being quite demanding. So I think it was sort of a natural thing that I sort of got lost somewhere in the middle. I didn't mind. I was always quite happy to sit and keep myself occupied with my books. I think it is quite common, Dad. Honestly, you don't need to worry. You made sure I had what I needed. You made sure we all did, I said. Not liking seeing my own dad battling with his guilt here. I had enough to deal with right now. It was easier like this. It wasn't like they had neglected me. No, Bailey. Don't lie to me. Is it true you were bullied? He questions and I suddenly feel unable to meet his gaze. He wants answers, and a part of me wonders if this is before I leave, so he can deal with it all in his mind, and process it all, before addressing everything the same as Jordan, I guess. But the bullying was never my parents' fault. Yes. They would lightly tease me for forever having my head in a book, and I guess my brother and sister picked up on that and copied. But the serious bullying was in school, around pack. As we walked along the paths of the pack, the roads and paths were both quiet, so the two of us just enjoyed one another's company. I slowly nodded, not sure how best to approach the subject. It was since school, Dad, just because I studied more. Did well in school. You know what kids can be like. You know that. Mum was forever telling me I made it worse for myself. Your mum knew, he asks, sounding more than a little surprised, making me wonder if he lived in his own little world sometimes. So busy with his own commitments to his work. Or did he just block out his own failings? I was sure I had gone to both my parents over the years about the struggles I had faced. Yes. More so my mum, because she was the one at home more frequently. But that was purely because my dad had a lot of responsibilities in his role as beta and was in the office a lot. It was no fault of his own. It was a part of his job. And we had accepted that. So much of the parental responsibilities fell to Mum. But could he really have been so naive about all of this? Yeah. But she told me I had to try harder to fit in, Dad. Why do you think I avoided the event so much? It was what made Miles not want me as his mate, I think. The fact I was not the stereotypical alpha mate. I would have been an embarrassment. I told him, and my dad growled, telling me his wolf was lingering and getting angry at what I was telling him. Werewolves were protective of their family. Notoriously so, especially fathers with their daughters. Though I can't lie, I had wondered at times if my dad had been bothered about me. But it seems his wolf did not like hearing all of this. Well, he was a fool then. If he couldn't see what he had, then it was his loss. Thanks, Dad. But it is irrelevant now, and the one guy I thought I could have something with, I have had to let go to make sure he is safe, I whispered. Ah, I understand the tears now. You told him it couldn't work. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder, pulling me close to him, softly kissing me upon my head. A father trying to comfort his daughter. Something I needed all those years ago at that birthday party. When Miles told me to keep everything secret when all this mess had begun. Time is a healer, sweetheart. He has a mate out there, and if he found her, that would have torn him in two. He will always crave his fated despite choosing you. Some say a chosen mate bond is stronger because your heart chooses it, but a fated mate bond is so difficult to fight. You crave it with every inch of your being, no matter what he may say. It is our instinct, Bailey. He would struggle. I don't doubt that boy thinks the world of you, but when it comes to meeting his fated mate, he would not know what to do. My dad gently stroked my hair back from my face as he spoke, something he hadn't done since I was a little girl, when he used to read me bedtime stories. I used to love it as I found it so reassuring, so soothing. I nodded, knowing he was right. That was the thing I had failed to see when Harley had offered me the chance to be his chosen mate. Neither one of us had thought of his fated mate out there. She was waiting for him somewhere, and they both deserved the happiness that being with a fated mate should bring. We neared our house and my dad still had his arm around me. I don't know if it was for his own comfort or for me. Maybe a little of both. But he seemed reluctant to let go. Yet, as we wandered up the path to our home, the door of the house next door opened, and the one person neither of us wanted to see stepped out, Miles. And his eyes settled instantly on me. A dark, evil stare building. Chapter 35. Bailey. I felt my dad's hand settle in the center of my back as if to guide me to the house, though I can now also feel the presence of his wolf suddenly. Not to mention his anger rising at the abrupt arrival of Miles. He did not want to be seeing him right now. Not after everything he had just learned. This was not going to be pleasant. Hi, Uncle. Miles greeted my dad with such a fakeness, and my dad raised his brows at me before looking across toward Miles, who seemed to believe everything was normal between them, though his fakeness truly got under my skin, especially after everything today. He was acting like he had done nothing wrong. Good afternoon, Miles. You look awfully run down. Have you had a busy day or something? He asked, and I could sense the sarcasm in his tone, but I didn't know if Miles had. You should start taking better care of that wolf of yours, so he can take better care of you. It is all a little give and take, you know. I am sure your dad has taught you this, but, truly, you look shocking. I bit my lip to hold back the smile that was threatening. My dad had a way with words, but Miles seemed to not have noticed the little digs my dad was having at him. And he simply smiled at my dad, like it was normal day-to-day conversation with his uncle. Oh, just the usual things. You know what it is like, Dad, keeping me busy. Training to be alpha and all. Miles said cheerfully, and my dad chuckled, though to me it sounded forced. I am sure. But our pack only deserves the best as their alpha, so you need to understand why your dad does what he does. Training to the best of your ability is vital, Miles. And then pushing yourself that little bit further to refine your skills. Being the best of the best. That is what our pack needs as their alpha. Don't you think? My dad said. The meaning hidden within his words, which Miles would likely be completely oblivious to. But I knew what he was trying to imply. He didn't believe Miles was suitable to be our alpha. He didn't believe he deserved his title. Should you not be in the office at this time of day, Uncle Donovan? Miles asked, glancing at me with that same dark stare as the moment he had noticed me, before then looking at my dad with the same darkness. The darkness that seemed to reside within him now. He was not the same happy and cheerful boy he had grown up as. He was nasty, ruthless, vile. Not a man most people would want to be around. My dad raised his gaze to look toward Miles. Oh, excuse me. Being dictated to by a child. You aren't the alpha yet, Miles, so you don't have the right to be questioning me where I should and shouldn't be. And for that matter, your dad doesn't even get away with that. I do my job. Thank you very much. I saw my daughter while she was in the pack house. So I said I would walk back to the house with her. As it is not often we spend time together. I wasn't aware there was a crime in that. My dad did not like to be spoken down to, nor did he appreciate being insulted, and would always come back with an argument. Miles, however, clearly did not expect the comeback, which I have to say, was somewhat amusing. Miles scowled deeply at my dad standing up to him. While I was struggling to hold back the smirk that was teasing at my lips, I am not a child, and I am sure there is still work to be done. Miles told him, well, as I said, my work is always completed by the end of the day. And as you are not alpha yet, that is not even any of your concern. So, little boy, wind your neck in. My dad snapped angrily this time, telling me he was becoming impatient with what was becoming close to a reprimanding from Miles. Miles stormed off, giving us both a dirty look as he walked away, causing my dad to laugh loudly as he did. And when I say loudly, I mean without a doubt loud enough for Miles to hear while he threw his tantrum and walked away. Though I had a feeling that was exactly what my dad intended to happen. He wanted Miles to know he was laughing at his petulance. He wasn't happy with the fact Miles had spoken down to him. That is it, little one. Run away, like the little boy you are. Dad muttered as he unlocked the front door for me. I shook my head at my dad. Anyon would think you enjoyed that, I said, and he simply grinned. Considering the things I have heard today, my view on that scum has changed considerably. He has treated my family badly, and I shall make sure now that he pays one way or another. And I believe your brother is equally determined. Dad tells me, Dad Jordan has his beta role to protect. He can't risk that. First, we deal with the things that boy has done. He seems to think that because he has been spoiled all of his life, he is above punishment. Always thought your aunt babied him too much. Your uncle let him get away with too much, and neither one of them would hear a bad thing said about him. Believing that as upcoming alpha he did nothing wrong and should not suffer any punishment. Well, That lack of punishment is becoming more than evident now because he acts like the world owes him a living. He walks around here like he owns it already. Well, not if I have anything to do with it, my dad says, and the determination within his voice takes me by surprise. You are a beta, Dad. You don't have the power to stop him becoming alpha. I whispered. No. I may not, Bailey, but with his brother's assistance, once you are gone, we will go to his father. If he does not listen, I go to the Werewolf Council. They have to listen. That boy broke rules, and many of them. He is a danger to himself and others. He is not fit to rule. I will not allow him to take over this pack. Even if I kill myself in the process, I will make sure he does not become the alpha of our pack. My dad says, his voice calm and collected, like there is no doubt within his mind about his plan. And the thing is, I think he may be right. He would have a fight upon his hands. But he had every right to fight. I just had to hope it would not cost me my father's life. Chapter 36. Bailey. My dad had left me in my room, with strict orders to begin to pack my things, and also to chase up my position within the Autumn Valley pack. Which had reminded me I had yet to check if Luna Eden had responded to my earlier message. I had been so distracted with everything else that had been going on, that the message had completely slipped my mind. I dropped to my bed as I pulled my phone from my pocket, only to find a short message from Luna Eden. A simple message of 2 words. Call me. I could not help but chuckle at her message, but I laid back onto my bed and did exactly as she had asked because, as my dad had pointed out, my position within their pack was not yet secured, and I needed somewhere to go to get away from Miles and the mess he seemed to be creating around me, all because of the fucked up mate bond we had been given between us. Hello, you. I wondered when you would call. Luna Eden greeted me like a long-lost friend. Nothing like keeping a girl on edge, is there? I am so sorry. Things have been so hectic here, I told her honestly, so I gathered from your message. Are you going to confess all to your new Luna then? She teased, making me smile, but I wondered just how much I should be sharing with her. If she knew everything, would she consider me too much of a complication for their pack to allow a job and a home? I have had some issues with my fated mate. Let me say that, he rejected me. So, I was told I should remain here. But now, I have been told it is for the best and for my own safety, that I look to move away. So if the role is still available, I would love to come and work for you. I say quickly, not wanting to say too much, but needing to give some information at the least to explain my quick turnaround in my decision. Oh, bless you. Though I do think you did say some of that already. But if you don't feel able to tell me just yet, that is fine, I understand. But, like I told you, we were so impressed with your resume. Luna Eden tells me, making me hopefully she was going to agree to what I needed her to. I haven't even worked anywhere yet, other than the work placements I did during my degree. I understand that, but the fresh ideas you have intrigued me, and I think they would be good for our pack school. And, if you need to get away from your pack, then it is even better for you. We are a few hours away. We can offer you a home, and a job. A nice pack, a peaceful one at that. Where your former mate is not, she said with a chuckle, obviously amusing herself. You honestly would have me come and work for you? I said, my relief so immense. I felt almost breathless. I could get away from here, away from Miles and the constant fear of him being close. Without a doubt. Bailey, when were you thinking? Would tomorrow be okay? I asked without even needing to contemplate it. The sooner I left this place the better, and the sooner I was gone, the sooner my dad and Ellis could do what they needed to do. I knew that Harley was leaving tomorrow too, leaving for his fresh start. I should leave for mine too, 2 fresh starts apart from one another. Not what I had expected a few days ago, but something I would come to accept. I am sure. Wow, tomorrow. Luna Eden sounded a little taken aback at my request, making me realize that it was rather fast. Did I ask for too much? Were they expecting a few weeks' time? I am sorry, is that too soon? I could just do with getting away, I began. Sweetheart. No. If you need to get away, then tomorrow is perfect. We will get you sooner. You will just have to stay in the pack house until I have arranged you a house. If that is okay, she tells me, and I am happy to agree to anything right now. That means I am leaving here. I had honestly expected a room within the pack house anyway. Not a home of my own. A room in pack house is perfect. Thank you so much, I said, tears filling my eyes. Well, Bailey, welcome to Autumn Valley Pack, and we will see you tomorrow. Let me know when you are setting off. I realize with it being such short notice it could be late, so whenever you arrive it will be good. We can get everything sorted. Okay. Luna Eden sounds so genuinely pleased to have me coming to the pack that I feel enthusiastic about it too. I am scared about the change, but excited now too. Thank you so much, I say as she hangs up the phone, knowing my focus now needs to be getting my things packed. It was only as I was packing that my phone rang again, making me wonder if Luna Eden had forgotten to tell me something. It was only when I looked down that I saw Harley's number, and my heart began to race. What did he want? Had we not said all we needed to earlier? That had been hard enough. I wondered why he was calling and not mindinking, but I answered anyway. Hello? Hey, bye. His voice greets me sounding a little emotional. Are you okay? I asked, feeling suddenly uncomfortable. I just wanted to hear your voice. MindLink's still a little weak. Everything is underway for tomorrow now. Mom and Dad are packing things up at home. You will keep in touch, won't you? I know we may not be together now, but we can still be friends, right? He asks, and I can hear the emotions in his tone once again. He is finding this all as hard as me, which only makes me feel worse about it all. But, as much as it isn't what I want, I know it is what we both need. Of course, that is all I would want, Harley. I can feel tears building in my eyes again at the thought of not seeing him properly. Things between him and I had barely gone beyond the occasional kiss. And he was always incredibly sweet, but him offering to take me as his chosen mate seemed to indicate a deeper level of feeling there. It had meant so much to me, given me hope. And I don't think he knew just how much that meant to me. We might not be in the same places after tomorrow, bye, but I am still there if you need me. If you need me, you only have to yell, right? Call. I will do what I can to help. I know we can't be together right now, but there is nothing to say. Maybe down the line when things have calmed down. It isn't something we can't look at, right? You can't say there isn't chemistry there. A connection. His voice falters, and I close my eyes trying to stop the tears that are trying to fall. Harley, you have a fated mate out there. If she comes, the feeling will be overwhelming for you. You should grab that chance with both hands. Your fated mate will be the most wonderful girl in the world to you. You can't miss out on that. I told him, despite the thought of it hurting, but bye. How? How can that be, when I already had the most wonderful girl in the world when I had you? Someone else can't be that, and I am already missing out, because I am having to let you go, he says with a sigh. I find myself sighing too. His words were too much. Harley, it will be different. I promise. If she comes, promise me, you will give her a chance. She will be worth every bit of pain we have felt. Do you not want me? Is that it? He whispers. I want nothing more than you, Harley, but I don't want you at risk because of me. And I don't want you making sacrifices because of me. This is for the best, I know it is. But you will always be the first to have a place within my heart. Know that, okay? And we will forever be friends. I told him, wiping away the tear that had slipped down my cheek. Always. he whispers as the call cuts out. Chapter 37. Asher. I looked out through the eyes of my wolf, Zion, as his paws pounded along the undergrowth of the forest. Another report of a rogue gave me another opportunity to take my energy and anger out. Zion. Once more deeply focused on hunting down the fucker who thought it was acceptable to overstep onto our lands. I was more than ready to allow him to take them down and punish them. Like the ones before. Punish each and every rogue we could get our paws upon. Rogues are the reason I lost my Isla. And each and every rogue after her that crossed our border would be made to pay. This may be seen as irrational, but to me, it made perfect sense. Absolute sense, and that was always going to be my plan. No scent of rogues here. Zion tells me, sounding more than a little disappointed, and I have to say I am too. Try further along, maybe they went deeper into the pack. I suggested, getting off the report we had been sent. We needed this chance to burn off energy, something to allow ourselves to take our anger out, make them pay. False report. A mind link from Border Patrol comes through. Repeat. Reports of rogues were false reports. Sensor at the border was faulty. Nothing triggered it. I felt numb at the thought, and I could sense the same frustration through my connection with Zion. I had been looking forward to a hunt, a fight. Guess you can go hunt some prey. I told him defeatedly. Don't suppose there are any spare wolves knocking about I can take down, are there? He jokes with a grunt, telling me just how irritated he was. In this part of the forest he would be lucky to find smaller prey. The larger forest, potentially the occasional deer, but they are rare now. Other larger things to hunt were off our packlands, and much more risky. And something Caleb would most definitely not be impressed with me for if I went hunting at this time of day. No. It looked like my fun was over for the day. Not that I have even had any fun. I would be headed back to the pack house, allowing Zion to run there for me to save me the walk and to give him that little longer of a run. I continued to watch the views of the pack flicker past through the eyes of my wolf, wondering what may lay ahead now for the rest of my day. I had needed something to take my dark mood out on. I cannot explain the dark mist that seemed to descend upon me the moment I realized my Isla had gone. A mist that I had tried desperately to fight, but a mist that only seemed to grip me tighter and become thicker and more powerful the harder I fought it. A mist that made me so desperate to seek out revenge on those that had taken my girl. My beautiful, beautiful girl, Isla had been sent from the heavens, perfect in every way. Perhaps they had called her back, needed her for better things. That is what I keep telling myself, that she was not able to stay long upon our earth, because the heavens needed their angel back. Yet she had touched my heart and my soul, and now I was forever broken. Now that she was gone, and try as I may, I could not find a way to move on. It felt like a losing battle at times. When at work I was fine, it was the times I was alone. At night when my thoughts had time to wander, the mist grew out of control, and the darkness became more powerful. Grief is a terrible thing. It can destroy a person, and I truly believe it was slowly destroying me. But I had a pack to assist with running, so I continued to function, albeit barely. The dreams, more often nightmares of Isla, and losing her plaguing my nights, torturing the mind of Zion too. But this was the life I had been fated, and it was one I had to accept. Darkness had become a part of me. I had forgotten what light and happiness felt like now. Zion ducked behind the trees behind the pack house, providing me with some shelter to shift. Our clothes from earlier were left here to allow us to dress upon our return. I felt as he handed power back to me, his whole mood as low as my own. He too missed his mate and had hoped to take out his wrath on the rogues who had caused her death. My bones fracture and dislocate, twisting back to their human form, in a swift and easy shift, while Zion went to curl up in the nether regions of my mind to sulk. We may be grown, but he still liked to act like a child when he didn't get his own way. I quickly slipped the clothes over my naked body, in case there was anybody else around, before cutting through the gardens at the back of the pack house to get back to my room. My beta suite was the only room within the pack house that somebody actually lived in, and that was only because I could no longer bear to live in the home I had shared with my mate. The many rooms downstairs were used during the day. The kitchen, the dining room, the offices, lounge and library. But after a certain time, the pack house would empty, and I found myself alone there, often wandering the dark corridors, unable to sleep. Hey, Ash, you looked pissed off. What's up? Eden's voice startled me a little as I walked up the steps onto the patio area. I had been paying little attention to my surroundings, which is never good as a werewolf, especially considering I had just been out looking for a rogue and I had not even noticed her. Which, considering her ever-increasing size, is quite a feat in itself. I turned to look at her. She was sitting, looking rather uncomfortable on one of the outdoor benches, looking out over the gardens. Her long dark braids pulled into a ponytail today. Why does there always have to be something wrong? I asked her with a slow smile, though I could say the same for you, to be honest. You look far from impressed. She glared at me darkly. I am sick of being pregnant now. I feel so uncomfortable, and I swear you could bounce me down the steps. I am becoming so round and squishy, she grumbles, and I do my best not to smile at her words and at the image she had now put within my mind. I leant myself against the balcony area of the patio and smiled at her affectionately. Eden was like a sister to me since she had become Caleb's mate. She irritated me like one too at times, I have to say, but I didn't like the thought of her being fed up. Eden, you know the baby will be worth it, and it won't be too much longer, she shrugged. Enough talk of babies. We have the new teacher coming tomorrow. Could you make sure things are prepared for her for me? I rolled my eyes at her question. I was glad the pack finally had the new teacher we needed, but why I was being involved when I had no involvement in her interview process. In the end, I do not know. Eden had arranged this, so why is it I am sorting things for her? Not like she was queen. Tomorrow? Why so soon? Could she not at least give us time to arrange things and get things in order? I snapped. Eden raised her eyebrows at me in shock. Ash, don't be like that. You know we need her to come here. We have been looking for a teacher for ages. She sounds perfect. She asked if she could start as soon as possible, so I said yes. I didn't want to risk losing her. Why did she need to start as soon as possible? I demanded. Something here sounded odd. I don't think anyone would ask to start the next day, especially when it involved a complete relocation too. This girl appeared to be running from something. Eden glares at me. Look, Asher, she is coming tomorrow. Are you able to help me get things sorted for her or not? I do not know why there is a need for so many questions. Even the pack alpha didn't ask so many questions when I told him. And I am not in the right frame of mind for you being a prick. Caleb probably didn't ask many questions because he is too busy keeping you sweet, I said sarcastically. Once more she is scowling at me, her face full of irritation. I find myself sighing, feeling bad for making her feel worse than she already had. Yes, I will help get things sorted. I just find it a little odd that she is so desperate to start so quickly. Makes me wonder if the girl has something to hide. So, I will be watching her. Chapter 38. Bailey. Tonight has been hectic. Packing bags yet trying hard to act like nothing was amiss. Keeping my block up against any mind links from Miles had been a priority, because I knew he had wanted to say something the moment he had seen me with my dad. He had been on edge, and my dad had likely made that worse with the way he had dealt with him. But I can't blame my dad for how he had treated him. He truly needed taking down a peg or two. This was one big mess, and I knew it was only going to come even more out of control when Miles realized that my dad, Ellis, and my brother all planned to go and discuss this with my uncle. Our Alpha Marshal could not simply dismiss this, like he had dismissed so many of Miles's other errors. There were too many things he had done this time. They would have to seriously consider his place within the pack, because if this got out, then many of our pack members could seriously question if he was the one they wanted to take over from my father. And even if my uncle did what he did best and made excuses for his son, there was a big difference this time. My dad and Ellis were going against him. They both disagreed with everything that had happened. They wanted Miles dealt with appropriately. I don't think Ellis was particularly bothered about what Miles had done to me, but I think it had shocked him to the core that his own brother would attempt to kill one of his own pack. That was just not the thing you expect of someone you love and care for. My mom had helped me pack a few extra things, and I swore there were even a few tears in her eyes as she looked across at me. "Are you sure about this, Bailey?" she whispered. I sighed. "Mom, you have been telling me I make things worse for myself. Well, this time I am doing what is right for me. I am getting out, standing up for myself. I know she doesn't yet know the whole truth about Miles rejecting me. My dad has asked me to keep it quiet and told me he will explain it all when I have left. I don't truly know why. Maybe because my mom would be unable to control herself and be straight around to their house to give him what for and spoil our plan. So we were acting like it was all down to the constant bullying I needed to get away. I only hoped my mom would forgive me for keeping secrets when she discovered the truth. But it seems so drastic, Bailey. So far away." Mom says with a shake of her head. I don't think she thought me leaving my pack was the right thing. But she was not going to make me change my mind. And you never thought to come and speak to me about it all before making the decision. I look helplessly toward the door, desperately needing my dad to come and save me now. He would tell her it was not her choice to make, because I am terrified I will say the wrong thing and give something away. But my dad is monitoring next door to see when Miles leaves for his usual nightly outing. The moment he is gone, we will begin to prepare to leave ourselves. Mom, it was last minute. I am a grown woman now. I took my degree. You had to know there would be a chance I would get work out of the pack. I said with a shrug as I zipped up my final holdall. But this is your family, your home, until you find your mate. Only then would it be deemed okay to move. I don't see why you feel the need to leave your home. She sounded desperate yet. So many times over the years she had sounded so irritated by me, even to the point it sounded like I was more an inconvenience than anything else. Little did she know my fated mate had been in this pack. So, finding my mate would not take me away from the pack I had called home. But I wanted this fresh start. I needed it, and nothing she said was going to change that. Mom, I am not doing this. I have a job. It isn't like I can't visit. One day all your kids will move out. Get used to it. I say with a sarcastic grin, and she rolls her eyes at me. I know she hated the thought of us all growing up. And now Jordan had found his fated mate. I would assume he would be moving into his own home now too. So, very quickly she was losing 2 of her children from her home. I perhaps should have a little compassion, I suppose. But at times my mum made it difficult. I wandered away from my mum to find my dad and discovered him in the front bedroom looking out of the window with a pair of binoculars aimed at our neighbor's house. The Alpha home. Not suspicious at all. Dad, that doesn't look dodgy much. They are from Warrior Supplies. He tells me, without so much as looking back, need to be certain it is the little shit that is leaving. Well, if he leaves in his car you'd know it was him, right? I question. Dad simply shrugs. I think a small part of him may be liking this acting like a spy, albeit a far from discreet one. Definitely not the next James Bond. Everything packed by, he asks me, like he was trying to change the subject. Yeah. Mum is trying to convince me to stay, I explained. He chuckled. Her little girl is leaving, of course she will. I will explain it all once I have spoken to your uncle. Don't worry. She will see why this is for the best, sweetheart. Go and say goodbye to your sister. I nodded. Despite the fact my dad couldn't see me, as his eyes are still stuck to the binoculars, desperate not to miss anything. And with a smile I walked to my sister's bedroom, and just as I was about to knock on the door, I realized she was on the phone, as I could hear her talking. You look good. Do that again. You know that sounds fun. So, when are you actually going to make this happen? All these promises and no action yet. Morgan says with a giggle, and I realize that the conversation I had caught part of may be somewhat inappropriate, and probably not one I want to be listening to, and most certainly not one my sister would want her family to hear. Just as I turned to quickly walk away, deciding to come back a little later to talk to her, the person Morgan is speaking to replied, and it made me freeze. A voice I was definitely not expecting. Why? Of all people, Morgan, so impatient. I am worth the wait. Miles almost purred at her over what I could only assume was a video call, or else they would be mind-linking, surely. And my stomach felt like it had dropped through the floor. Miles and Morgan. This could make things a lot more complicated. Chapter 39. Bailey. The drive so far had been long. My dad had been quiet. Now the time for me to leave had arrived. I didn't know if he was beginning to second-guess his decision, but irrelevant of that. I was not changing my mind, nor was I going back on the plan we had made. Morgan was still unaware of the plan we had made. After overhearing the snippet of her conversation with Miles, I had decided saying goodbye was not the best thing to do. She could mention my departure to the one person we did not want to know about my exit from our pack, and the whole plan would be destroyed. My mind was still reeling from the fact that my younger sister was involved with someone like Miles, in whatever way it may be. I did not stick around to listen any further to hear just how serious it had been between them, but hearing what I had told me all I needed to know. Morgan had always had a soft spot for our upcoming alpha, as had so many of the young she-wolves within the pack, seeing him as somewhat of a heartthrob. A hero. A role he relished and played up to. I, however, knew him for what he truly was. I was torn whether or not I told my father of this new development. As much as Morgan and I may have clashed over the years, as sisters so often do, she was still my sister, and Miles was dangerous. He could do her some serious harm if he got his claws into her. She was young and she was naive, probably seeing the potential of a relationship with him through rose-tinted glasses, hoping to be his Luna. Loved and worshipped by the man in the pack that all the she-wolves wanted. The thing is, so many of them knew he was not capable of loyalty. In recent years he was a well-known womanizer. A Lothario. He had the potential to break my sister's heart, and I could never forgive him if he did that to her. Destroying her innocence and happiness all for his own gain. I looked briefly across to my dad, his face frowning as he sat alongside me as I drove. He had decided to come with me to my new pack, planning on getting my brother to collect him tomorrow. Though by the time we had arrived there, it would be the early hours anyway. He truly looked deep in thought, like his mind was full of too many things. So many worries. I felt bad for him, because I had likely caused so many of them. You know you didn't need to come with me, Dad. I told him with a smile. I would have been fine coming on my own. I wanted to make sure you got there okay. He tells me softly. Ask them to take care of my little girl. I find myself smiling again. My dad once again referring to me as his little girl. I swear he would never consider us grown up. But I do appreciate that he was taking it upon himself to ensure everything was okay, and to ensure I was taken care of now. I just wish they had done a slightly better job of this over the last few years. Well, I appreciate that, thank you though. I am going to have to get used to being out there on my own now. Besides, I think you need to speak to Morgan when you get home. I said to him quietly, totally unsure if this was the right thing to do or not, but desperately worried for the safety of my sister. I feel my dad's eyes upon me, and as I momentarily glance across to him, before returning my eyes to the road, I see confusion in his eyes. Did you not explain to her your reasons for leaving when you said goodbye? He asked me. Okay. He seemed to have believed me when I had told him I had said goodbye to her. I likely shouldn't have lied, but it seemed like the better thing to do at that moment to make sure Morgan didn't know what was happening. I could not risk her telling Miles we were leaving the pack and stopping it from happening. I didn't say goodbye to her dad, I said, my palms becoming sweaty upon the steering wheel, unsure of just how he was going to react to the things I was about to tell him. Bailey, he chastises me, I know you and her don't always get on, but she is still your sister. You should have said goodbye. I smile sadly, knowing he is right, but I know I still did the right thing, or I would have been forever trapped within that pack. Forever a prisoner to Miles. I was going to Dad, but as I went to say goodbye, I heard her on the phone to Miles. I told him, and again I saw the confused expression appear on his face. Miles. Why would she be talking to him? Especially at that time of night. They are not friends, are they? He is years older than her. He says, like he is trying to process the information I had given him, and he is right. Miles was a number of years older than Morgan, but not massively so that it would be frowned upon. Obviously, they would be considered friends, Dad, because of you and Uncle Miles and Jordan. But, from what I heard, they may well be more than friends. I said slowly, knowing this would be the piece of information he took the worst, as he is ever so protective of Morgan with her being his youngest child and daughter. They are dating? He almost roared from by my side. That I don't know as I didn't stick around long enough to find out. But they sounded pretty close. So, I didn't want to say goodbye just in case she accidentally mentioned to him that we were leaving, and he blocked it happening. You know, if he knew we planned to leave the pack without their permission, Dad, he would have done everything within his power to stop it happening. I explained my reasoning. Why would you not tell me about this? He demanded, and I could tell he was furious, because I feared if you knew while we were at home you would go in there all guns blazing, Dad. Delay us leaving, potentially let it slip. I was leaving, and again, Morgan could have mentioned it to Miles. We could not risk him discovering our plan. You know that. I told him, but from the dark scowl forming upon his face he was not best pleased with my decision. She is not to be seeing someone like that. I forbid it, he snapped, like it was anything to do with me. Well, Dad, that is something you will have to discuss with Morgan and Mum too, when you get home. But I can tell you now, that unless you explain the situation with me and Miles to Mum first, then Mum will be all for Morgan being with Miles, because she thinks the sun shines out of his ass. I say with a sideways glance to my dad, who chuckled. Don't they all? Well, the fucking glowworm will soon have his light turned off. I am afraid, because I am going to ensure our whole pack sees him for what he is. My dad says with a snarl, making me look at him with a shake of my head. A glowworm? I questioned, and he grinned. You said the sun shone out of his ass. Doesn't a glowworm have a shiny ass? He says with a smirk, and I find myself laughing at his weird attempt at humor. But nod. If you say so, Dad. Either way, he needs stopping, and you need to make sure Morgan does not get hurt in the process. Not just physically, but emotionally too. He has the potential to break her heart. She has worshipped him for as long as I can remember. Thinks he is some sort of god. Please. Stop this before it goes any further. I told him. Genuinely concerned for my sister now. The more I think about it. If they did go further to actually doing things together, then it would devastate Morgan that she had been foolish enough to fall for someone like him. This is such a mess. That boy seems set on destroying our family. My dad says, running his hand through his hair in frustration. Oh, he will be the moment he realizes what you plan to do to him, Dad. So, you need to be careful and ready for any shit he throws your way. He will not go down without a fight. I warned him. I am more than ready for him, Bailey. As is your brother. More than ready to fight for my family and my pack. Chapter 40, Asher. Leaving my office for the night. Planning on going to the gym. Despite it being almost midnight, I heard footsteps up ahead of me, and I couldn't help but wonder who would be in the pack house at that time of night. The pack house is always abandoned about an hour after dinner has finished, with everyone returning to their homes for the night. And the place becomes my lonely hideout. A place where I am free to roam in the darkness and silence. Not caring for anyone else, though. Tonight, I worked a little later than usual, as there was a backlog of paperwork with Caleb having to stay with Eden and take care of her. She was truly struggling with this pregnancy. I was thinking this baby would not be long until it decided to make its appearance and arrive in our crazy little world. At least then, I suppose, it would stop making its mother suffer. Well, then it would just be causing both its mother and father to suffer sleepless nights. Ah, the joys of children. I listened carefully for the noise of the footsteps once more, wondering who they would be at this late hour, and could feel Zion pushing forward too, feeling unsettled at someone being in the pack house when they shouldn't be. He is rippling beneath my skin, ready to push forward and shift to protect me should the need present itself. The sound of someone here had him on edge as much as it did me. I increased the speed of my own steps, to turn the corner, to walk straight into Eden, and nearly fell backwards as I almost bounced off her pregnancy bump. "Oof," she mumbled, stumbling backward herself. I quickly went to steady myself and go to help her, but she had already leant against the wall, her breathing quite rapid as she held her belly. "Shit, Asher," she snapped now, sounding far from impressed with me, though I could hear the fear within her voice. So I think the snapping was more because I had scared her. "What are you doing in here at this time of night, Eden?" I asked her, completely puzzled. "She should be home in bed by now, surely. You should be at home." I had to say I was more than a little concerned at the fact to get here. She had to have walked across the pack on her own in the dark too. Why hadn't Caleb come? Or called for me? "Oh, should I?" she snapped again. "Thanks, Dad." My eyes widened at her grumpiness. Geez, if this is what Caleb has to put up with on a daily basis, then he was welcome to married bliss. Fine, go back to wandering around in the dark then. Oh, happy one. I snarled, not in the mood for dealing with her mood swings as I turned to move away. "Where are you going?" Eden asked me, like she was shocked. I was suddenly leaving her, away from you. Not rude much. She is eyeing me with a scowl. I don't know if she thought her evil eyes were going to scare me, but they simply amused me. Well, if you are talking to me like that, you can't expect me to want to talk to you, nor spend time with you. Besides, I am going to bed. I lied. Still planning on going to the gym, knowing it was far too early yet for me to even try getting any sleep. Well, you can't expect me to be in a good mood at this time of night when I want to be asleep, she grumbled. I frowned. So why are you up then? I find myself asking, despite me saying I didn't plan on talking to her, let alone wandering around the corridors of the pack house. I am waiting for the new teacher to arrive. She told me with a shrug. I already told you earlier she would be arriving. Do you not listen? I rolled my eyes. Yes, she may have told me, but I still would not expect her to be arriving at this time of the fucking night. Why on earth would she allow a new member of the pack to arrive in the early hours? Needing to get away or not, desperate for her to join our pack or not, it still seems illogical to allow someone to come at this time of day. Or night. This woman did not think sometimes, I swear. Though her excuse for anything she did of late that we disagreed with was that it was pregnancy brain. Personally, I think it was just bad planning or being too big-hearted. Go home, Eden, I said to her with a sigh. No. I need to wait for the new teacher. She should be here any time or in the next hour or two. I will stay up and wait for her. Why did you not just ask me? You know I am here anyway, and I rarely sleep well, I said to her, already hating myself for even suggesting this, but knowing I would be awake for hours yet, and it seemed silly Eden struggling to keep herself awake and making herself feel more ill than she already does in the process. I would just have to fight all my natural instincts to avoid interacting with people. I don't know or like and welcome the teacher the best way I could. Are you sure? She says to me with a small smile, and I give her a reluctant nod, knowing that I would regret this. W. Thank you, Asher. She gave me a big hug, and when you get home, give Caleb a big kick, preferably in the head. And tell him he is a lazy fucker. It should have been him coming here doing this, and not you. Especially at this time of night. I told her and she laughed. He looked all sweet. All snuggled up fast asleep, sucking his thumb. I didn't want to disturb him, she said with an affectionate smile. I found myself smiling too. In spite of myself. I can't believe my best friend still sucked his thumb. I knew he had done for as long as I could remember. You may want to keep that quiet. It kind of ruins his big, tough alpha image when you say he sucks his thumb. I told her, and she laughed. Thanks again, Ash. I will go home and try to get some sleep now, if this one will let me. Please be nice to the new girl. Her name is Bailey, remember? She tells me, with a warning stare. Like she thought I couldn't be trusted to welcome someone into our pack nicely. Not like it was that difficult to do, was it? And, besides, if she decided to turn up in the middle of the night, then that was her lookout. She would have to take us as she found us. Can't say I was bothered if she was here or not. It was more for Eden that she was coming. Chapter 41. Bailey. After what had felt like the longest drive in history, though perhaps that was something to do with the fact my dad had done nothing but rant the whole time since the moment I had mentioned the whole Miles and Morgan situation. We had arrived safely at the gates of Autumn Valley Pack heading toward 2 a.m. I felt terrible arriving at that time, wishing we had found a hotel nearby to stay, rather than turning up at the pack now, but my dad was adamant somebody would be up. Not to mention Luna Eden had said any time would be fine. The guard at the gate had greeted us cheerfully considering the ungodly hour. And he had said he had been expecting me, so at least Luna Eden hadn't forgotten about my arrival. He allowed me through the gate with no issues, giving me directions to the pack house, telling me that someone would meet me there. So, I assumed Luna Eden would find me there. She did say she would be giving me a room in the pack house for the first few weeks possibly, until a home was arranged. But I was fine with that. Their pack house was lovely from what I recall. Their whole pack was, so, welcome to your new home, Bailey. Dad said to me with a smile as he looked out of the windows at the pack we passed, despite it being pitch black outside, only while I work here. I said with a shrug, knowing that because I was not finding a mate or officially leaving my home pack, the Lotus Shadow pack would always remain my home. Here would remain my temporary home whilst I was working, though with things as they were back at Lotus Shadow, and the current situation with Miles, I think visits back there would be few and far between. I could only imagine his response when he discovered I had planned my escape without his or his father's permission. But I had no intention of returning. I would beg for refuge here if needed, if Miles came demanding my return. Still, you are away from Lotus Shadow and from Miles, he told me. Do you think you will be able to get him dealt with properly? I can't help but question, as this doubt is so frequently popping up within my mind. I will do all I can to ensure it, Bailey. So will your brother and Ellis, he says with a somber smile as the pack house comes into view. Quite the sight, even in the dark. And I hope your uncle will be backing that too when he hears everything we tell him. I find myself sighing at his words. I wasn't too hopeful in all honesty at my uncle's response. I didn't have the greatest faith in how he would react, nor in how he would deal with it. He had allowed Miles to get away with far too much for far too long, and that worried me, that this would be no different. Oh, wonderful! My dad chuckled to himself as we pulled onto the parking area outside the pack house, making me look across at him, wondering if he was losing his mind. It looks like the cheerful one is here. I looked at him with serious confusion. What? Do you not remember from the party? He said with a smirk, and it was just as I said that my eyes settled upon the tall, dark-haired man leaning upon the walls of the pack house. All dressed in black. If it wasn't for the delicate outdoor lighting and my car lights, I would have missed him. More like a vampire than a werewolf, this one. Yep, I remember, I said with a roll of my eyes. How can I forget? A real grumpy fucker. How lucky we were that it was him meeting us. I thought it would be Luna Eden. I am beginning to wish more than ever it was anyone but this grumpy bastard. I stopped the car, and as I did, the moody vampire man moved down the pack house steps to meet me by my car. You arrived then, he stated as I stepped from my car, his voice sounding far from welcoming. Nothing like stating the obvious was there. Looks like it, I said with a smile, trying hard to be polite. You not heard of the daytime hours? He asked with a hint of sarcasm, though I am unsure if that was an attempt at humor or if he was pissed off that he was having to meet me at this time of night. My dad stepped from the car now too. Sorry, Beta Asher, that was my fault. Got held up before we left. Though your lovely Luna did say any time, seemed awfully keen to have our Bailey here to work as soon as possible. I saw the face of the Beta contort in what I can only assume was irritation at my dad's words, while I was trying hard not to smirk. You brought your father with you too. Not able to travel alone. Or are you still scared of the dark? He asked with a smirk of his own, making me want to slap the smirk right off his face. Beta Asher. I would ask if you got out of the wrong side of your bed, but looking at your face I am not sure whether you have been to bed. So, what is with the attitude? My dad demands, making me wish the ground would swallow me up whole. Beta Asher turned to look at my dad with a dark stare, evidently not appreciating the fact he had spoken to him that way. Though my dad truly would not care, and the big smile on his face made that clear. I do not have an attitude, Beta Asher says grumpily. Just don't understand why you chose to arrive at an ungodly hour, and why she chose to bring her daddy with her. I feel Akira rippling beneath my skin now at the attitude of the man in front of us. Bite him, cheeky fucker, she snarls. Beta or no, he is an ass. Akira, leave it. He is our new boss, along with the Alpha and Luna, I warned her. Still, it wouldn't hurt him to be nicer, she tells me. Well, if there was an issue, perhaps your Luna should have communicated that a little clearer. I am not a mind reader, Beta, I said to him, giving him a dark stare, and as I did, his big green eyes looked at me. I saw a glint of humor there. I am sure of it, as he raised his eyebrows at me. He says. But his eyes are regarding me with curiosity, Let me take you to your room. Luna Eden has allocated you a room in the pack house. I am afraid, Miss West, until a house has been prepared for you at least. That is what happens when you demand a position at such short notice, he says bluntly. And once again I find myself a little irritated, but fight back the urge to be rude. Thank you. As we had been talking, my father had been taking the bags from the car, so I pick up a few, as does he, and we followed the beta through the doors of the pack house. I will find you a room. Also Beta Donovan. Beta Asher says to my dad with an almost dirty look in his direction, like him being here was such an inconvenience. Evidently, socializing and being welcoming were not this guy's strong points. If it is going to be a problem, I could find a motel, my dad said, giving Beta Asher the same dirty look back. Geez, this was not awkward much, and the two of you couldn't have just done that until a decent hour before coming here. Beta Asher asked as he signaled to the nearby staircase. I rolled my eyes once more at his lack of people skills. You mean this isn't a motel? My dad said with a sarcastic smile, and I held back the smirk that was threatening, because right about now Beta Asher looks like he wants to drop-kick my dad down the stairs. And probably right out of his pack house. This wasn't going too well so far. Do you know what day I am due to start at the school? I asked the beta, hoping a change in the subject may help the awkward and uncomfortable atmosphere and may improve the situation. Beta Asher looked across at me as we walked up the stairs. Did someone tell you I was in charge of you? He asks coldly. Because last time I checked, I don't believe I was. Luna Eden employed you, so I haven't got a clue. Wow. I didn't know what to say or where to look now. Did he realize how rude he came across when he spoke? Did he even care? Stick your foot out. Akira grumbled within my mind, getting tired now as I was. He might fall down the stairs. Imagine the fun watching that big lump falling all the way down the stairs. She chuckled to herself, and I couldn't help but smile to myself at her words. Something you find amusing, Miss West? Beta Asher asked me, looking over at me with curiosity. Well, it most certainly isn't you, I said sarcastically, and again I saw that slight glint within his eyes as I heard my dad chuckling behind me. That is it, Bailey. You get the fucker told. My dad mind-linked me, making me smile. Oh, I intended to. Chapter 42, Asher. I keep finding my eyes falling on the girl that has suddenly appeared within our pack. Damn, was she irritating, keeping me waiting until a ridiculous time at night to allow her into the pack, to allow her in, and then bringing her daddy with her to argue for her. But there is something different about her. Gone was the shy girl I recall from the party that my uncle had introduced me to. Not that I was paying a huge amount of attention to her back then either. I was in more of a rush to get away, much as I am now, to be fair. But she seems different now, I am sure of it. This young thing seems to be giving as good as she gets. And, even more strange, is that Zion seems to like the cheekiness that occasionally comes out within her occasional sarcasm. It makes him chuckle. He doesn't do that very often anymore. Though in truth, she should be showing me respect considering the fact I am to be her new beta. One of her new bosses. But I would allow her a little leeway considering the late hour. And the fact she had just driven halfway across the country to get here. Here is your room, Miss West. It is one of the few we have with an en-suite. Our pack house is a little different to most packs. We do not usually use it for living in, as we have a pack that has a wide range of homes capable of homing all our pack members. So we purely use the pack house for business needs and pack needs, I explained to her, and I saw her watching me, taking in all I am telling her with interest as I opened the door for her. Though I cannot help but notice those big brown eyes of hers are looking awfully sleepy. Not that it surprises me considering the time. I truly do not understand the late arrival, but I have mentioned it and still not received a reasonable explanation from them nor Eden. So it seems nobody seemed willing to justify their stupidity. Thank you, she says with a smile. Her dad was standing, leaning on the wall observing me too, and he was a mean-looking fucker. I have heard plenty of her dad over the years. He is a ruthless beta known across the country, and I can only imagine he didn't like the way I had spoken to his daughter. Oh well. Not my concern. It isn't like he will be living here with her. He had a pack to assist with running across the country, so he would be rushing back there soon enough, and I am sure his precious little girl would get over the fact I had snapped at her a few times. She had best get used to it. That is just what I do. Go get yourself settled. Get some sleep. You look like you could do with a decent sleep. Luna Eden will come and find you in the morning and speak you through your duties and welcome you to pack properly, seeing that I have done such a terrible job, I said with a sarcastic smile, having noticed their many glances at one another. No doubt in disgust at my friendly demeanor. I never said I would be pleased to see them. The girl smiles and nods as she drops some of the bags on the floor, and her father passes her the remaining ones he had carried. I looked at her father, trying to decide which room would be best for him. Nothing like insulting the poor girl is there, Beta Donovan said with a chuckle, smirking at me. I looked at him in confusion and simply shook my head, not sure what he was implying, and in all honesty not caring either if I had insulted her. I am sure she will get over it, telling her she looks rough as fuck and needs to get some sleep. He said with a shrug, I did not say that. I defended myself, causing him to laugh loudly, like he was so proud of himself for embarrassing me. I definitely did not say that. I am sure of it. As close as... He winked at his daughter, evidently teasing, making me want to punch the old man right on his bloody nose. Trying to stir shit. I simply said she looked tired and should try getting some sleep. Was that me being insulting? I thought it was me being considerate, evidently. I misread that. Ah well, what is done, right? Beta Donovan, follow me, I will sort you a room. I assume it is just for the night, I said, deciding to change the topic of conversation and escape the pair of them as quickly as I could. Considering the service here, I would think so, he says with a wry chuckle. Definitely not 5 stars, is it? Clearly this guy thought himself quite the joker. Unlucky for him, I didn't have much of a sense of humor left anymore, so I wasn't going to find him funny, no matter how many jokes he may try and crack. Fine, I said, moving along the corridor, grabbing some bedding from the laundry cupboard as I went. The sooner I got him settled in his room, I could get myself to bed too. Then, tomorrow, Eden could deal with her new guests. I would have little to do with them, the way I preferred. I do not like new people. Well, in truth, I did not like people in general anymore. I literally came to make sure she got here safely. I have let her down lately in that regard. Don't judge her for that, he says quietly as he walks behind me, as if he suddenly decided he needed to explain his presence, making me wonder exactly what had been going on in their pack. This sudden need to take the position and come here, arriving in the middle of the night, and now the words of her father. All made me question if there was more to this young she-wolf than we realized. I had asked Caleb and Eden to be careful when they had interviewed her, so we knew who exactly we were allowing into our pack, but this girl seemed to be holding secrets and I did not like that. Not one little bit. Should I be concerned? I asked him, without even turning back to look at him. Of my daughter? He questioned. Numbers, she is no risk to you, nor your pack. It is me that needs to be concerned, I think, he said, as I turned to unlock the door of the room I was giving him for the night, and his words only confused me further. Why would he be concerned? Was his daughter in some sort of trouble? Because as much as he may say, we are not at risk from her, surely if she was in some sort of trouble, or if she was on the run, then could that not potentially bring trouble to our door? Because that was a risk we did not want to be taking. Chapter 43. Bailey. The happy beta left me in what was to be my new room to get settled and wandered off with my dad at his heels, giving him a hard time it sounded like. I am sure by the time he had allocated him a room he would be ready to throw my dad from the stairway, because he truly seemed to be enjoying riling the beta up, though his miserable face did seem to have forgotten what a smile actually was. So my dad likely saw that as a challenge. I threw my bags down in the corner of the room with the intention of sorting through them tomorrow, as my eyes were already beginning to droop. The late drive had been far from ideal, but I was finally here now. My fresh start could begin. I just dreaded what the outcome would be when Miles discovered I was gone. But I planned to speak to Luna Eden tomorrow and explain my predicament, asking that they give me some form of protection at least. If not, at least I would have given them a heads up of any potential trouble from Miles, if he decided to come here to cause issues. Which I could only hope he wouldn't. But, for now, it was time to sleep. Because, just as the cheerful ball of sunshine of a beta had so kindly pointed out, I looked knackered, and I needed some decent sleep. And that was exactly what I planned to do. As soon as I had got myself washed and sorted, the following morning, I was awoken by a hammering at my bedroom door. I rubbed my eyes to try to waken myself, wondering momentarily where the hell I was, then remembered the new pack, and instantly felt brighter. I will be seeing the Luna today, and being shown around my new home. The knocking at the door was relentless. And I couldn't help but wonder if it was my dad coming to find me to say goodbye. I quickly slipped from the comfortable refine of the bed and plodded over to the door, opening the door sleepily. I was shocked to see the beta from last night standing there, looking just as cheerful as he did last night. What the hell did he want? I simply looked at him through half-dead eyes, truly lost for words. Shut the door, Akira grumbled. He is bad enough when we are awake, let alone half asleep. Oh, I am sorry. Did I wake you? Beta Asher said. I would like to say politely, but I am certain there was sarcasm in his tone. Akira's suggestion of shutting the door on him was becoming more tempting by the minute. I have to admit. What gave you that idea? I replied, not even trying to hide my sarcasm, and this time he actually did smile, though it was the tiniest smile. But I am certain his face might crack if he smiled properly. What was that? Akira chuckled. Did he malfunction or is he having a stroke? I swear he almost smiled. I really have to fight the smile forming on my lips, because I do not want to be explaining to him why I am smiling. As he looks at me with curiosity. I can't imagine I was the best of sights, in small black jersey shorts, and a gray tank top that I wore to bed. And my long dark hair in disarray. I likely looked like I had been dragged through a hedge backwards. But, in all honesty, I didn't care what the cheery beta thought of me. If he didn't want to see me in a mess, he shouldn't turn up at my door when he likely knew I would be in bed. Fool. Well, perhaps you would like to sort yourself out and make yourself more presentable. And I will take you down for breakfast, Miss West, he said curtly. Make myself more presentable. Wow. This guy keeps coming with the insults. I know I look rough, but I had literally just woken up. Besides, why is he taking me for breakfast? I thought Luna Eden was spending the day with me. I could feel my face frowning in confusion without even intending to, and he raised his eyebrows at me as if in distaste. This man seemed to have a whole range of facial expressions, displaying pissed off and angry emotions. He would definitely regret that when he was older and left with some serious frown lines. Oh, that idea not up to your liking, he says with a dirty look. No. But he is definitely not up to my liking. Akira mutters as she lays curled up within my mind, trying to settle. I believe I am meant to be seeing Luna Eden today, I suggested, hoping that might remind him of the plans he told me of last night. He laughs. And it is quite a dry, sarcastic laugh, making me scowl at him. Oh, you think I decided to wake up and think a wonderful way to start my day would be to escort the new girl to breakfast? Sorry to disappoint you, Miss West. It ain't my sort of thing. I do have better things to do with my time, you know. Luna Eden is struggling with the latter stages of pregnancy and is quite unwell today. Alpha Caleb has had to take her to the Pack Hospital to be checked over, so I have been allocated to take over your induction. Is that an issue? My heart drops at his words. He makes me out to be desperate to spend time with him, like he believed I had thought he had chosen to come and take me for breakfast. Damn, I can't imagine this jolly fucker would want to have breakfast with anyone. Perhaps Satan, going off the look in his eyes. I imagine they would get on well, but his words make me feel like I have thought the wrong thing about expecting Luna Eden here, when that was what he told me was happening. Only last night, and then he made me feel like an inconvenience too. Like I actually wanted this. He was going to be infuriating. Never too late to close the door on him. Akira muttered sleepily, telling me she had chosen to give up listening to him now. Wish I could take the same option. No, not an issue. Just different to what you had told me was happening last night, I said with a forced smile, trying so hard to be polite. Oh, I thought as a teacher you would be able to cope with the unexpected. Are you going to sort yourself out then? That way I can show you to the dining hall before they stop serving breakfast. I could do with a coffee, he says sharply. Too fucking right he could. Akira chuckled. By the bucket load. I ignored my wolf's snarky comments though. In all fairness, she wasn't wrong. He seemed to have missed a fair few coffees, considering his mood. But how he expected me to get sorted with him standing there, I do not know. I gave him a short glance. Well, I won't be getting ready with you standing there, will I? You are able to close the door, you know. It is quite a clever invention. Once you open it, you are able to close it again, he says. And again I am sure that little twinkle of amusement resides within those green eyes of his at his words. But I shall wait over there. He signals to the edge of the staircase, so I nod, closing the door, already dreading spending the day with the strange man. I now have the pleasure of calling my new beta. Chapter 44. Jordan. My stay with my mate had been shorter than I had intended, and my mind had not been as on her as much I would have liked. As terrible as it may sound, my mind has been on my sister for a great portion of the time. The conversation we had had before I left had been replaying within my mind. The things I had learned tortured me. How can we not have known the pain she was in? All of us had failed Bailey as a family. Yet she never once complained. Not only that, I had put my friend first far too many times. Like so many others in the pack did, as the upcoming alpha, it was an easy mistake to make. He knew the control he had. I should have known better, but I had looked up to my best friend, saw him as quite the lad, the womanizer, never realizing that in the things he was doing he was hurting my sister. They seemed such an unlikely pairing. Tales of maidbonds always seem to suggest that maidbonds of fated mates are with couples that are well matched. Perfect couples. But with Miles and Bailey they were far from that. Miles had found Bailey an irritation since she began high school. Looking back, it was likely because she was more intelligent than him. Not that that was difficult. But she made him feel stupid, I guess. And even when he tried to belittle her, she seemed to have a way with words that made him look like the fool. So he turned to vile words, bullying words to attempt to break her. And, looking back, I know now that it was nasty. I was a terrible brother. But Miles was my best friend. He and I were due to be the next alpha and beta. We were meant to be close. Like brothers. So stupidly, I allowed my loyalty to lie with him, and it had done until I learned of this, and that only got worse when I spoke to my dad. The shock at the things I had learned was overbearing. How could I not have known that this was the Miles I had grown up alongside? Hearing that Miles would hurt one of our own pack altered the way I looked at him, hurting that warrior because of the things he knew. And the fact he was close to Bailey was not right no matter how he may want to twist it. And it made me concerned about the state of mind Miles was in. But deep down, I know that it is the power of his role as the upcoming alpha that has gone to his head. I have heard him speak of the things he planned to do as alpha many times, and he saw himself in that role as an almost godlike figure. He saw himself as untouchable, as the next alpha, too powerful. And that made him dangerous. When Dad told me that Bailey had found a job and had finally got away, I was relieved. She needed to. But I knew that the difficult thing was what was to come after that. Dealing with Miles and ensuring he stayed away from her, because I am not so sure that our current alpha and my uncle would believe his son was capable of all the things we were saying he was. And if he didn't take our word for it, then we were going to have a fight upon our hands. But it was a fight we were willing to battle out. This needed dealing with. Hey, handsome. Gia wrapped her arms around my waist, the scent of her filling my senses and instantly soothing me and my wolf. Being with my mate was truly wonderful, and I cannot believe I had ever coped without her. She has filled a void within my life, so much so that I cannot contemplate being without her now. So, that in itself has made me find it hard to understand how Miles could ever have considered rejecting the mate fate had chosen for him. The draw to her was so powerful, the need for her overpowering. I turned to look at the beautiful girl I was able to call mine, and smiled. Hey you, we all sorted to go? I asked, knowing my dad would be expecting us soon. I had told him we would collect him from my sister's new pack, which had allowed him to travel there with her to ensure she had arrived safely. Yes, it meant my stay with Gia in her pack was shortened. But in truth, with everything that was happening within my pack, I was needed there now. I needed to step up for both my family and my pack now. And, thankfully, Gia had understood. Everything is sorted. I have said my goodbyes. She kissed my shoulder softly. Are you ready for the troubles ahead? She asked, sensing my worries. I am not sure, baby. This is not going to be easy. Miles is not going to take this lying down. I explained to her, but she knows all of this. I had not held back in confiding everything to her. She is my mate, and I have held nothing back from her, and she has been a wonderful listener and a wonderful support. I wanted her to understand the situation she would be arriving into when we arrived, so she was not shocked by it, especially if I was suddenly not to become beta, as I knew there stood a big possibility of that if Miles was to have his title taken away from him. We will take things as they come. She reached for my hand and squeezed it reassuringly, resting her head upon my shoulder. Now had we best not get on the road? I think your dad will be waiting for us, will he not? Yes, he likely will, though it will give him another opportunity to chat to his friend, the former alpha. There, so I doubt he will have any complaints, or he will be spending some time with Bailey. I told her as we left the room we had been staying in, and moved toward the stairs. Our things already having been placed in the car. This was going to be a long day, one I am not entirely sure that I was ready for, but I knew these coming weeks were going to be a challenge. A challenge I needed to face, and hopefully, I could prove myself as both a leader for my family, and as an upcoming beta, so that even if Miles does have his title taken away, I may still be considered for mine. Chapter 45. Asher. I stood waiting for the new girl for quite some time. As time was passing, my irritation was beginning to build. I mean, how long does it take to get ready? I paced the landing. I stood waiting. I got bored. all until she emerged from her room looking somewhat more alive than she had when she opened her door to me earlier. She looked a whole lot different, in fact. Her long dark hair was now neatly twisted back into a long braid down her back, with a few loose strands curled by the sides of her face. A face that I was almost certain had makeup on now too. Her big brown eyes were framed by long lashes, and those big brown eyes were glaring at me something chronic right now. I think I may have not made the best of impressions on this one. All sorted, I said with a smile as she approached me. Well, do I look like I am still in my PJs? She smirks back, and straight away I am ready to turn around and walk back to my office. I was not ready to deal with someone who was going to be clever with me. I had tried to be friendly, and I think it was safe to say, it just wasn't for me. Oh, please do stay and let her be clever with you. Zion chuckled, and I could sense his amusement at her sarcasm. She is funny. Well, because you took so long, I am not sure that there will be all that much left for breakfast, but let me show you where the dining hall is. There is always the option of using it, though a lot of families tend to use their own homes, I explained as we walked down the stairs. She followed without much of a response. Today she was dressed in black jeans and a simple white tank top, red Converse upon her feet. Evidently, she was going for the casual look though. I guess she wasn't starting her teaching job as of yet, so there was no need for a more professional look. We walked into the dining hall, a place I generally avoided at all costs because it was always far too loud and far too busy. Too many people and too much hassle. But I had been put in charge of this girl's induction, so I was going to do it to the best of my ability. Because if I didn't, then Eden would never shut up about it. And quite honestly, that woman could complain until you felt like your ears would bleed if you didn't do things the way she thought they should be done. And I did not need to be dealing with that. The dining hall was oddly still quite busy, and many curious faces turned to look in our direction as we walked in, and I had a few pack members waving in my direction. As they saw me walk in, I nodded politely, quickly looking down, because I knew the moment they made eye contact I would be dragged into conversation, and that was the last thing I wanted. Some of this lot could talk forever. Well, Miss West, this is the dining hall, as you can probably tell. I tried to be amusing, but she looked at me like I was stupid, so evidently my humor failed. Again, so I simply continued. The food is set up along here. I pointed to the serving area before pointing to the area where the drinks are. And drinks there, you simply line up, wait to be served, or help yourself if no omegas are there to help. Okay. Thanks. She nods at me with a polite smile. So, if you would like to grab yourself some breakfast, go right ahead because I plan to go and grab a coffee, I explained, moving toward the wall where the coffee machines are located, desperately in need of another coffee, despite the fact I had already had multiple since I had got up this morning. Coffee was the one thing I needed to help me function, especially with so little sleep. As I fiddled with the machine, setting it up to make my coffee, and turned to grab a mug, I realized the girl was still behind me. Did she think I expected her to stay with me? I really hoped she didn't. I wanted my coffee in peace. You can help yourself to breakfast. You don't have to stay with me, you know, I said to her, maybe being a little blunt. But I like my space. Is there a crime in that? It is bad enough I have to be here with all these people. She raised her brow at me almost critically. Yes, I heard you, and I am not really one for eating breakfast. I would like a coffee, or would you rather me wait until you have finished making yours before I come over? I can hear Zion chuckling in my mind. He seems to like this girl and her lack of filter with me. Though I suppose all she is doing is giving it as good as she gets back, because I haven't exactly been the best with her. I chose to ignore him because now he, too, is pissing me off, but he is the one person I cannot escape from, since we are almost the same fucking person. Damn wolf. How did she manage to make me feel bad? No, it is fine. Do you need me to show you how to use the machine? I asked, trying to be kinder. I am sure I can work out how to use a coffee machine, thanks Beta Asher. She says sharply as I pick up my coffee, throwing my kindness back in my face. Bailey. A voice calls from across the dining hall, and I look up just as she does to see her dad arriving with the former alpha. Fucking marvelous. Dealing with him last night was bad enough, let alone with my bloody uncle thrown in for good measure. Dad, I wondered where you are. I thought you might have come to meet me this morning. She greeted him with a beaming smile. So bright her whole face lit up. Those big brown eyes almost twinkled. It was a smile so big. Clearly she was pleased to see her dad. A smile I most certainly was not honored with when she saw me. I am glad I found you. Your brother will be here any time to take me home. So, I wanted to say goodbye. He told her, and I see her face fall. And a small part of me feels bad for her. She looks quite scared even at the prospect of her father leaving her. But then, at the same time, a part of me is trying hard not to be harsh and thinks, this is what she had chosen to do. Was it not? It was time for this little girl to grow up and be a big girl. Join the grown-ups if she plans to stay in our pack. Chapter 46. Asher. I sat and waited in my office for the new girl, while she waved her father off. I could not be bothered dealing with tears, nor with her irritating father. In all honesty, my uncle had mentioned that the upcoming beta from their pack was coming to collect his father, so there was no way in hell I planned to hang around, in case the young guy was anything like his dad. Spending time with his dad had been taxing enough. I did not need to be forced to spend time with two of them, the older version and the younger version. Fuck that. So, I had told the new girl how to find my office, and to come and find me when she was done. Give her some privacy to say her goodbyes. And then I would continue this induction, before leaving her to her own devices. The sooner, the better, in my opinion, for I had things to do, and having to act as a friendly host was hurting my head. Friendly host? Zion chuckled, like he found my thoughts highly amusing. Did I blink and miss that bit? Piss off. I warned him, or I will block you out too, like you do half of the pack. He pushed. Why the hell I got a wolf with an attitude, I don't know. Though Caleb says he kind of reminds him of me when I was younger, but I don't know what he is talking about. I was nothing like that. I lifted my coffee mug off the table and focused my eyes on the papers in front of me just as my office door opened. I looked up with a scowl. So, the new girl thought she was able to just wander into my office because I said she could come and find me here. She never heard of knocking. Think she has got some learning to do. Just as I was about to get her told, my uncle strides into the office, that annoying smile upon his face. Ah, Asher. There you are, he says, sounding far too cheerful for a morning. Though where the hell else he expected me to be, I have no clue. Not like I'd be on the beach with a cocktail, is it? The new girl steps in behind him, looking more than a little awkward. And rightly so. Just coming in here like this. Not sure where else you would expect me to be, uncle, I said with a roll of my eyes. Well, not leaving the young girl to find her way back might have been the gentlemanly thing to do, you know. But then I don't suppose you are a gentleman, are you? Or you have forgotten how to be. I had to help poor Bailey find her way here. He tells me almost angrily, like I was the worst host ever, talking down to me like I was a naughty little schoolboy. Had he not worked it out, I didn't want to be doing this. Well, I gave her directions, I said with a shrug, completely disregarding my uncle's telling off. I had simply been expecting her and her wolf to have been able to find their way here between them. Evidently not. And that was not my fault. My uncle shook his head at me and gave me a disgusted look. I swear your mother had to have dropped you on your head, boy. She has just moved here, so she doesn't know the pack. You are meant to be showing her around. Plus, she was upset because she had just said goodbye to her father and brother. Use that little pea inside of your head that you call a brain for something other than thinking up ways of being an ass. I felt anger bubbling, but I know I can do little about it when it is my uncle causing it. He is the former alpha after all. I have been taught to respect him, but goddess help me, does he irritate the crap out of me sometimes? I don't see how I did anything wrong. She said she would be fine, so I took her at her word. If she suddenly realized she wasn't, that was not my fault. I may be a bubbling pot of fury right now, but Zion, however, could not be more chilled. He was once again chuckling, this time at my uncle giving me a hard time. Seriously, I need a new wolf, one that actually shows some loyalty to me, not that laughs at everyone giving me shit. I apologize. When Miss West said she would be okay, I assumed she would be. I said with a dark glance in her direction, but she was now avoiding my gaze. But even from that momentary look I could see there were tears upon her face. Heaven knows why, it wasn't like she was leaving them forever. They were a phone call away. She wasn't going to war. Though I think I would rather go to war than work with kids. Well, try and find the gentleman within you, Asher, if he is still even there, and be nice. Bailey has had a difficult day. She is a little upset because it is never easy having to say goodbye. So go complete the induction, show her around our beautiful pack, all of it, and maybe even take her to dinner. Welcome her to our pack properly. We are lucky to have her here, so make sure she knows we appreciate her being here. My uncle says with a smile upon his face, like he believed he had just come up with the most wonderful of ideas. Wait. What? Take her to fucking dinner. This was sounding more like a date than an induction now. I don't think so. I signed up to a brief induction to pack, not a full-on top-of-the-range tour of the pack with me as tour guide and dinner included. And as for being lucky to have her here, how did they know until she actually started teaching? She could well be a terrible teacher, for all they knew. If my uncle wanted her to be treated like that, why the hell was he not doing it himself? But, in true uncle form, he walked out of my office, that irritating smile upon his face, humming that song he likes to himself, leaving me and the new girl alone. I hope she is not expecting all the things my uncle just mentioned, because she would be sorely disappointed. Chapter 47. Bailey. Oh goddess. The happy one's face at the things his uncle and former alpha had suggested looked like he had suggested he allowed me to go and shit on his bed or something. Beta Asher was not exactly doing much to hide his displeasure at the suggestion, though I am quickly learning this man does not have many friendly facial expressions anyway. But the one currently upon his face looked like he wanted to go and attack his uncle, who, incidentally, had wandered out of the room happily humming to himself like he was extremely pleased with himself. Something told me he enjoyed irritating the beta. Not that it did me any favors, as it now left me alone with the big bundle of happiness, unsure what to do or what to say. And now the room was in a very awkward silence. In all honesty, I didn't particularly want to be spending that much time with the beta. So the things the former alpha had suggested sounded horrendous. But I remained with a neutral expression upon my face to be polite. Evidently not a skill Mr. Cheerful here had discovered. Beta Asher began, avoiding my gaze, looking anywhere he could within the room other than at me. How was this a fully grown man? He had no people skills. It is fine, I said sharply, instantly irritated by his actions. I do not expect any of that, I told him, knowing the thought evidently disgusted him. And, as I said, it didn't particularly fill me with pleasure either. I heard a big sigh of relief from the beta while Akira was chuckling in my mind. Did he think we would want to spend time with him? She says. I don't think my brain could take it. Imagine all the happiness, she adds sarcastically. And she sure has a point. Once I have my induction, I think he will be one I avoid within the pack. Beta Asher began again, sounding both uncomfortable and awkward. But he seemed determined to explain himself. It is just that I have work to do as well as this induction, he says with what I could only describe as an uncomfortable expression upon his face. Is he constipated or is he trying to smile? Akira asked, and I had to bite my lip to stop myself smiling at her words. Either way, I don't believe a word of it. He is the beta, so he probably does have work to do, I told her. If he is as good as he so clearly believes he is, and acts like he is, then a break to give you your induction wouldn't affect his work. Akira says with a chuckle. She seemed to find the behavior of this new beta quite amusing. To say the least, I, however, find him quite irritating. I can wait for the induction until Luna Eden is better if that would be easier for you. Less of an inconvenience to you, I told him, standing awkwardly by the door. He stood up quickly from his desk, making me step back a little. Did I say this was an inconvenience? He snapped. Okay, I seem to have angered the beast. Akira growled within my mind at his temper. She wasn't finding him quite so amusing now. My heart was pounding, and I felt a little intimidated by this grumpy fucker in front of me. I took a deep breath. It isn't always what you say. Beta Asher, sometimes actions speak louder than words. I told him, my voice a little wobbly, and his actions since I had arrived had more than told me he would rather not be near me. I saw him taking me in as I stood anxiously by the door, and I am certain I saw his face drop at my words. Well, if that is the case, I apologize. Shall we go and begin this induction, Miss West? Because I wasn't actually lying when I said I had work to do after this. I have an increased workload while Luna Eden is unwell. I felt bad now. He seemed genuinely sorry, and I obviously did not know he was taking on additional work, so his friend in the pack alpha could be there for his pregnant mate. Don't feel sorry for him. He will make you feel guilty, then be an ass again. Either that or he'll just eat you, because you got on his nerves or looked at him the wrong way, Akira says with a weird little chuckle. Like she found herself funny. Well, she would have to find herself funny, because right now I wasn't. You can call me Bailey, you know? I told him, having wondered why he kept calling me Miss West ever since my arrival. It was beginning to drive me crazy. It sounded far too formal, and I would rather make the situation feel less formal and more friendly. I will try to remember, he says curtly. I don't think this guy knows how to do friendly. Did Eden, sorry, Luna Eden show you the school when you came for your interview? He asked. Like he was trying to change the subject quickly. Briefly, I answered. We could go and look at the school properly if you wish. I imagine you would like to see where you will be working. I know I would. It is a lovely little school for the younger children. Beta Asher explained, and I am actually surprised he had thought of it in that way. But I had been desperate to get to the school and have a proper look around, see where my new workplace would be, so he had definitely not been wrong in his words. I smiled and nodded in response. Is Luna Eden okay, do you know? I asked. Just the baby causing issues. She struggles in the later stages. She did with their first two, though. Not quite this much. The doctor said perhaps because of her smaller build. It will all be worth it when their little one is here. But I don't think that helps her when she is finding the pregnancy difficult and suffering. She says she won't have any more, but she said that after Maddie. So I do not bank on that, he says as we walk through the pack house. His voice is quite calming when you listen to him talking. Animated and interesting. But when I find myself glancing across at him, there looks to be little or no emotion upon his face, nor within his eyes. Like he is dead inside. Chapter 48. Jordan. Saying our goodbyes to Bailey had been difficult, but leaving her there at Autumn Valley Pack had felt right. I knew she would be better there than she ever would be in our pack, and she seemed so positive about this new teaching role. This is what she had worked so hard for so long. She deserved it, and I hoped she would thrive now she had the job of her dreams. We just needed to do our part now and deal with the shit back in our pack. Ensure Miles got everything he deserved. The drive back across to pack had been long, and we were all ready to get some food, but had been determined not to stop and make the drive home as quickly as we could. There was far too much to deal with when we got home, and the thoughts of any delays in getting there were not ideal. So we had agreed it would be a direct journey. My dad seemed full of positivity about the things we had to do, so I could only hope his plans were possible. He immediately took to Jaya, which made me happy. That is all I wanted, my family to accept my mate, and they had. I just hoped she would like our pack and settle in there when we finally had things sorted there. We were about half an hour from pack now, and Jia was snoozing lightly in the back of the car. "You are happy now, son?" my dad asked me, as he glanced across the car toward me as I drove. "With my mate? Yes. Everything else I want to sort out, Dad. There is so much unsettled," I told him, having waited until Jia actually settled to be able to talk to him, and I think my dad had waited for the same. It unnerves me. The things that have been going on and we had no clue, the things he has been capable of and we didn't know. I understand, and I am the same. We can only do so much though. We need your uncle to listen. If your uncle does not listen, we have the power of the Werewolf Council if needed. Your uncle will not want that. He will not want the risk of them in pack. No pack does. My dad tells me, but I still fear what the reaction of Miles is going to be when he learns of all of this happening behind his back. This is not just one thing. This is many things by a number of people he considers close to him. Many betrayals by many people. He would be seriously angered. He and his wolf could go on a rampage if not handled properly. Not only that, he was yet to learn that Bailey had been brave enough to go against all the orders he had thrown at her, and leave the pack without the permission of him or his dad. However, she did have the permission of our dad, who was the pack beta, and when Uncle hears the things that Miles has done, he will have to see why it was important for Bailey to leave. It never made sense to me that he rejected her, yet kept her here. A small part of me wonders if he still wanted her, or if he simply gained some sick pleasure from it all. What if he goes looking for Bailey, Dad? I asked him, because I know there is a strong chance that he may do. He seemed to see her as his possession, so there was a strong chance he might go to Autumn Valley demanding her return. But I hoped Bailey would speak to the Alpha and allow them to protect her. But, knowing her, she was too shy, and would not want to cause any problems for the pack, and would not say anything. Likely terrified, they would judge her for the situation that wasn't even her fault. I briefly explained the situation to the former Alpha. He is aware, he said. It would not be discussed, but if she needs help she will have it. She will be safe there. My dad told me, taking me by surprise. He had gone behind Bailey's back to discuss this with his old friend. But I have to say, I am glad he did if that meant my sister was safe. We had done a terrible job so far in keeping her safe, so she should be okay? I asked. I believe so. But we have another issue, which I was a little unsure of mentioning. Bailey overheard your sister on the phone with Miles. It would appear your friend is involved with Morgan in some way. My dad's words bounced around within my mind, trying to make sense. Number that cannot be right. Why would he be involved with my youngest sister? She had a mate out there. I knew she had always had a bit of a crush on Miles, but so had the majority of the younger she-wolves in the pack, so I thought nothing of it. I don't think it is uncommon for she-wolves in the pack to have a bit of a crush on their alpha, especially one as handsome as Miles, though I suppose any given an opportunity would take it. But what didn't make sense to me was, after being fated to Bailey, Why would Miles choose to pick Morgan to date? Were they even dating? No. Just no. Are you sure? I snapped. My hands tightened around the steering wheel in anger. He was dangerous. He was not right for her, from what Bailey overheard. I think we need to speak to Morgan, he says with a sad smile. She will think it is wonderful, as would any of the she-wolves in the pack. Could this be in a bid to get at Bailey? I asked. I hate that it sounds almost critical towards Morgan, but it was the first thought that came to my mind. That Miles would use my youngest sister to get at Bailey, or to gain information on her to hurt her. That could be true. But you know Morgan will not be willing to hear that, and Morgan does not know of their situation. My dad tells me, as we pulled up at the pack gates, the guard waving at us as we did to allow us through into the pack. You didn't tell her yet? I asked, unsure how this would go down. What about Mum? Not properly, Dad says, running his hand through his dark hair, now dappled with the occasional gray. I think having us as his kids was definitely taking its toll. I wanted to get Bailey away and then come back and deal with the rest. I can see his logic, but my mum would not be happy being kept in the dark. Today or the next few days was not going to be easy, but this was what was needed to move forward and put our pack on the right path again. Because with Miles as the planned next alpha with the person he had changed into, we were on a path into the fiery pits of hell. Of that I was certain. I turned onto our road, driving closer to our house, and as I did, I saw a familiar figure sitting on our porch steps. I looked across to my dad, instantly knowing this was not going to go as we had planned at all. Chapter 49. Miles. I had managed to evade my father for most of the day. Hunting down the warrior who pissed me off has not gone my way, so I have a few people asking around for him. The hospital staff said he was discharged, which implies to me he recovered awfully quickly. So evidently I didn't do enough damage after all. So, I think I may need to find him again. Someone to take my anger out on. Because quite frankly that is what is rippling through my body the majority of the time right now. Seeing Ellis in this sickly loved-up state with his new mate is beyond sickening. Yes, his new mate is hot. A former cheerleader fucking whoopie-doo for Ellis. Once again, I don't get how that worked. He got this curvy, vivacious little lady who cannot do enough for him, giggling sweetly at everything he says. And I got fucking Bailey West with her out-of-control mane of curls and her over-the-top brain power and intelligence. Ellis had been different in recent days since he caught me attacking the warrior. If anything, I would say he was avoiding me, and that irritated me. But then he had this new mate too, and no doubt they had things to be seeing to as well. That meant spending time with friends and family would most certainly be taking a back seat. Much like Jordan, who had done a runner to the pack of his mate to get to know her better before bringing her back here to settle in. Both whipped by their little ladies, it would seem. Pathetic fuckers, I would much rather have the freedom of a single life where I get to have my pick of any she-wolf I want, and then I can toss them to the side when I am bored with them. Morgan, however, was proving to be quite fun. She seemed so desperate to please me, so I had kept her around for longer than usual, though she had yet to give anything up to me properly yet. But the real reason I was using her was to gain information on the bitch of a sister of hers. Inside information, of course. Because Jordan was fucking clueless as to what was going on within his sister's life, or her mind. So, I decided to try getting to know Morgan, and it soon proved that she was more than willing to give up more than her time for me. Morgan was definitely the prettier of the two West sisters, and going from what I have experienced the easiest too. Not that I had ever tried anything with Bailey, nor would I want to. The thought repulses me, but I knew that me spending time with her sister would get under her skin. And, thankfully, Morgan had not questioned a thing. She was just simply desperate to please her alpha. It was upon one of our video calls, After I had convinced Morgan to do a little striptease for me, that we were sitting chatting, and she briefly mentioned that she hadn't seen her sister since yesterday, which raised my suspicion. My anger began increasing as I felt my wolf jet pushing forward, desperate to go and look for her. That bitch was meant to stay within our packlands. I needed her here to maintain my strength. She may not be my mate after I rejected her, but a fated mate gave their fated one thirst strength, right? I needed her. Where is she then? I demanded. Not sure. Morgan said nonchalantly, like it was unimportant. Well, do you not think you should fucking check? I snapped, and her eyes shot to me on the screen, confused. Why are you so bothered? It is only Bailey, she argued, and I suddenly realized that she would be wondering about my overreaction. But I did not care. How can she not have seen her own sister since yesterday? They lived in the same house, for fuck's sake. Ask your dad. He has to know where she is, right? He keeps tabs on you all, right? Or mind-link her. I told her. Not seen my dad, for that matter. But I will try mind-linking if it means so much to you. She almost snarled at me through the video call, and I realized at this point the fact we had become closer had meant Morgan had become a little too confident, too cocky. And I did not like it. She would not be talking to me like that again, but something she said bothered me more right now. So she had not seen her dad either. Both her dad and Bailey had not been seen since yesterday? Jet snarled at that thought. Our very own Beta had betrayed our orders and helped his daughter to leave the pack, I believe. Yet, for some reason, I do not feel surprised. Well, if I found that to be the case, then he would live to regret it. I would make sure of it. There is no connection to the mind link, so I don't think they are in pack. Morgan says with an awkward smile, can't we just carry on what we were doing? We were having fun, Miles. She said, fluttering her lashes at me seductively. Previously, that sight would turn me on. But right now it simply irritated me. I needed to deal with the fuckwit of a dad of hers who thought it is acceptable to betray us, and the stupid bitch of a sister. And deal with them, I would. I would make sure of it. No. I don't think they are in pack, which means I want answers, Morgan. I told her. And the little whore rolled her eyes at me, further irritating me. Look, Miles. You wanted my attention. You had it. Now you are here having a hissy fit over my sister. Want to tell me what that is all about? Morgan said, sounding more like the teenage girl Bailey had been when I rejected her. I smirked. Oh, did you forget your place there? Did you, Morgan? Because if I am not mistaken, I never agreed to anything with you. And I am still the upcoming alpha, so fucking remember your place and do not talk to me like that. Your sister is a pack member who was told she should not leave the pack, and yet here we are. It appears she has left the pack with the help of your father. So yes, as the upcoming alpha, I would say I have every right to be pissed. If you don't like it, you know where the fuck off button is. And with that I hung up. I would not have anything else to do with her. She was not worth my time nor my energy. I would not be spoken to like that by anybody. Jet was once more rippling beneath my skin. I was tempted to go for a run, let my wolf out, but I knew with the mood he was in, he would likely rip the place apart, so I pushed him back. I had something else I wanted to do. I walked out of my house and went to sit on their front porch. I knew Jordan was on his way home because he had texted to let me know. So I would wait and speak to him, demand answers from him, because without a doubt he had to have spoken to his dad. If I found my friend knew about this and had betrayed my trust too, then he would be made to pay too. I would wait for as long as it took until they got home. The longer I waited would mean the more time my anger had to simmer. But I was good with that. More anger meant more punishments for them. I would wait for as long as it took to deal with them. All of them. The way I see fit, I would not tolerate being undermined by some old fart who thinks he has the right to go against the decisions made by me. I would make him pay. As for Bailey, I would bring her back to the pack where she belonged, kicking and screaming if needs be. She was mine. She belonged to this pack, and whether she liked it or not, she would not be going anywhere. She had been fated to me, and I needed her. I did not want her, but I needed her, and she would not be going anywhere. Chapter 50. Bailey. Well, I had my detailed tour of the new school I would be working at, and who knew a tour could be quite so detailed? It seems Beta Asher is a sucker for the finer details. Maybe a little OCD lingering under that mean and moody exterior. But still, I now knew every inch of the school in great detail, and I loved it. Now, the two of us were walking through the Packlands, while the happy one did his best at showing me around. Bless him. It was so obvious to me that he was not comfortable in the company of others, or maybe it was just in the company of me, but he looked so uneasy I felt bad for him. Do you want me to go back to my room? I asked, looking up at him with a polite smile. What? Why would I want to go to your room? He almost choked on HS words, and I had to try to stop myself laughing at him. Is that what he actually thought I was suggesting? What in all holy hell does he think we are proposing? Akira almost squealed within my mind, sounding truly horrified. And to be honest, I found it more amusing that he had misheard me, though. I was a little insulted at how disgusted he looked. I wasn't that bad. Whoa there, sailor. I think you need to get your hearing tested. I most definitely was not inviting you back to my room. Oh, hell no. I grinned at him, and saw his cheeks flushing with color at my words. I simply said, would you rather me go back to my room, as in alone? You know, meaning without you. He ran his hand through his hair uncomfortably and sighed. Okay, don't make it worse than it was. Haha, worse for him. He means I quite like him looking uncomfortable. Make it worse. Say more. Make it worse. Akira urges, and once again I am trying hard not to smile. I bit my lip to prevent myself from saying anything, and looked ahead as we continued walking. I feel Beta Asher's eyes upon me, and I try so hard not to look at him, because I know the moment I do I will laugh, and with Akira's input I don't think I would be able to stop. You're trying not to laugh, aren't you? He said, with a little huff to his tone. No. What gave you that idea? I struggled to speak. I can just tell. Not to mention the fact you are nearly eating your lip, he says. And again his eyes are still upon me, though I sense a little humor in his tone this time. And I slowly move my gaze to his, and I note a small smile upon his lips. It was kind of funny. I whispered. No, it was embarrassing, Miss West. He says just as quietly, will you please just call me Bailey? I asked him with a roll of my eyes. I am not your teacher, you know. And it doesn't need to be embarrassing, just laugh it off. You know how to laugh, right? He suddenly stopped walking and gave me a sharp and dirty look. His eyebrows raised at me, like he did not quite believe I had asked him that. Shit! You pissed him off. Take it back. Take it back. Akira urges me, though I don't think he knows what laughing is. She adds with a giggle. Seriously? He asked. Of course I know how to laugh, I just don't find you funny. Ooh, roasted. Akira was giggling again. Well? Excuse me. I do apologize for not being funny enough for you, Mr. Cheerful. I said with a smirk, and he shook his head at me as he began to walk again. Keep up, Miss West. I still have the rest of the pack to show to you. He said to me, with a glance back at me, his big green eyes looking straight at me. You don't want me to go back to my room? I asked, surprised, as he had said he had work to do. Yet he was taking his time showing me around what seemed like every inch of the pack. I believe I said I would do your induction, and I plan to do it properly," he said to me with a smile. "And it has not been as bad as I thought," I chuckled. Was that an attempt at a compliment there, Beta Asher? "I would not go that far, Miss West. I simply said doing the induction was not as bad as I thought. I do not usually do them. But, as I said earlier, I do have work to do, so speed up," he said to me with a nod. "Because the pace you walk, I will still be doing this at Christmas." Wow. What a guy. Gone from what I thought was a compliment to insulting me. Truly remarkable. "Dick, because I hurt your feelings. You are going to be mean to me now," I said sarcastically. "Bad news for you is, I am used to people doing that, so it won't work." He looked at me with a frown. "What does that mean?" Maybe I shouldn't have said that. His tone did not sound impressed. I didn't expect him to pay attention to what I had said, or at least not ask questions. What do I do now? Nothing major. I did my best to dismiss it, not wanting to be explaining to the man with no heart nor a sense of humor the stuff I dealt with growing up. He would likely think that was normal. "No. I want to know what you meant," he says, and this time his voice sounds irritated. "Is that why you had to come here so quickly?" "What?" My heart was beginning to pound now. Where did that question come from? How was that even related to this conversation? And why did he need to know about my sudden need to come here quickly? "I found it quite odd that you had to come here so suddenly. Usually processing a new job could take a few days to a few weeks, depending on the papers. Usually closer to weeks. Yet with you, we needed to have a space ready the next day, and for some reason nobody could give me an answer as to why. So perhaps, now you have said that, you will explain why." Was there a way to get out of this one? Because I truly do not feel comfortable telling this moody monster of a man anything. Chapter 51. Asher. This girl in front of me looks on edge, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. Well, in truth, being around her in general has made me feel uncomfortable. I do not like being around people I do not know. No, scratch that. I do not particularly like being around any people anymore. But I was doing my best at the induction, and she seemed to be enjoying herself. The way her face lit up at the different things I showed her within the school made me want to show her more. So I found more things to show her. So the tour of the school took longer than it probably needed to, but she would now know where everything was. But this conversation has since made me uneasy. She had implied things that didn't sit right with me. Was she here because she wasn't welcome in her own pack? She had been the beta's daughter for fuck's sake? They were stereotypically popular. And it wasn't like she wasn't beautiful, she was stunning. She was clearly a character too. I could see that with the cheeky interactions she was attempting with me. So was that not what you would consider the whole package? Smart, beautiful, funny, and evidently kind and caring, being a teacher. So why would she not be welcome in her own pack? Something about this girl and her past did not add up. I watched her as we continued to walk through the pack, and she fidgeted nervously with her hands as an awkward silence had fallen between us. She was unsure what to say to me. Even Zion was on edge with her now, and he had been enjoying the back and forth with her literally moments before. Not many people do that with me, and he found it amusing. "Bailey, I would appreciate knowing the reason you came here. I worry about the safety of our pack." I explained to her, surprising myself by using her first name as I had been formal so far. But I have to say her name sounded good on my lips. She glanced across at me with a dark expression. "Your pack isn't at risk, it will be, that is," she said, and I could hear the tears in her voice. "And what does that mean?" I found myself asking, because if you are at risk, would that not mean the pack is? Oh, for fuck's sake, should I just go back? Would that be better for you, Beta Asher? It took me long enough to get away from him. But if it is that much of an issue for you, I will just go back. Let him have his own way. Be his prisoner in his pack despite not being good enough for him. Would that be better for you? She yelled before rushing off, leaving me standing open-mouthed at her rant. Where the hell did that come from? Well, aren't you a prick? Zion helpfully adds, causing me to block out my own wolf, truly not needing him to make me feel any worse for what I had just caused, because I could now hear Bailey crying as she rushed away from me. Fuck it. I do not like crying women, especially not when it was my fault they were crying. My mind is spinning with all the things Bailey had thrown at me just then. But I know the decent thing to do is to go after her. I don't know what had gone off in her pack or her life, but evidently something has happened to cause her to seek refuge within our pack. Did Eden know of this? If she did, why hadn't she explained this properly to us? So I could have avoided this sort of shit show. Bailey? Wait. I called after her as I ran to catch up with her, and as she turned to look at me, I saw tears glistening down her cheeks. Damn, I feel like a dick now. Everything she said sounded like she had been through enough shit, and I likely made it worse. It is fine, Beta Asher. I will head back to my room and get my things. She nodded at me, wiping her eyes. I will message Luna Eden and explain that this won't work out. Oh shit. Eden would kill me. Bailey, please give me a moment, I asked, motioning with my hands to the tree line not far away. Maybe a walk through the forest could be a good place to talk. At least we wouldn't be disturbed. Are you going to kill me? She suddenly asked, and I couldn't help myself but laugh. I have no clue where this girl gets her ideas from, and I know laughing at her isn't the right thing to do either. But her question was just so random. Why would I be killing you? I asked. Don't know, my wolf said, and my head is a bit battered, so I just wondered. She sniffed, wiping away another tear. I can't help but smile. I don't make a habit of killing people, especially not ones we have just employed. Luna Eden would have my balls on skewers if I did that. I was suggesting a walk so we could talk. I think I likely owe you an apology, I said. Hating having to apologize, but I know in this instance I do need to. She frowned at me. That hurt, did it? I smiled again. Funny. It is fine. We don't need to talk. It won't change things, she said, taking a deep breath like she was trying to push back the thoughts of everything that had happened. I know that action, one I have done many a time myself. The difference is, I think this girl is struggling to push things back, or things were becoming too much for her to manage. Bailey, you are part of our pack now. Do you not think we should know what happened, so we could help? I asked. Curiosity was killing me now. I truly wanted to know what had happened to her to make her scared so much she wanted to get away from her pack. Who was keeping her like a prisoner in her own pack? My own family only just found out. That was hard enough. She told me as we began to walk toward the forest. They didn't know? I asked. No clue what they didn't know, but desperate to learn and to keep the conversation going. Bailey slowly shakes her head. Messed up, right? It is easy to be missed when you are the middle child who is an embarrassment. Your father did not seem embarrassed of you. I don't know. She shrugged, and as I looked across to her again, I saw her wipe away another stray tear. Whatever this is that happened, it still hurts her. Maybe I shouldn't force her to talk about it. She doesn't know me, and from the things she has said to me, she certainly doesn't think too highly of me. Maybe I should let her settle here and decide if she wants to open up to us about it. Likely to Eden. I knew it was not going to be me. I didn't do being friends. Chapter 52. Jordan. I pulled up the car onto the driveway of the family house. Despite the fact Gia and I now had a home of our own allocated within pack, but I did not intend to leave my dad here alone to deal with Miles. Especially not with that look upon his face. He looked set for a fucking rampage. How much do you think he knows? My dad mind-linked as I switched the engine off. Not a clue, but don't give anything away. Especially not our plan, I told him. We need to speak with Uncle Marshall. Admit we allowed Bailey to go for a new job, but say that was because you did not want her degree to go to waste, and we have agreed she returns the moment we have a vacancy for her, right? Good thinking. Dad agreed, as he opened his car door, like he did not care that Miles looked ready to kill someone. Right, baby, go straight into the house. My mum should be in, or maybe Morgan. Once we have spoken to Miles, we will head to our home, okay? I said softly to Gia, and she smiled that gorgeous smile of hers at me, telling me all would be okay. I have her to think of now. I need to focus on my life with her. I stepped from the car to see my dad standing in front of the porch steps, in front of where Miles was sitting. Yet he is not saying a word. He was simply staring at him. Gia is getting out of the car, and I watch as Miles's eyes drift over her, causing my heart rate to race and my wolf to snarl. Oh, you not like someone else looking at your little lady Geordie? Miles said sarcastically, and something in his tone told me he had been drinking. See, that is the plus side of not having a mate. It doesn't matter as a woman is a woman. You don't stay with them long enough for them to matter. He laughed an almost sadistic laugh, making me want to go and punch him, one for talking of my mate that way, but also for dismissing my sister in such a way. Shut your mouth, boy. My dad suddenly decided to speak, and shift your lazy behind too. He pulled Miles by his t-shirt until he was face down in the dirt before looking at Jaya. There you go, sweetheart. Get yourself inside. I do believe this waste of space was waiting to talk at us. I looked down at my friend who, as I had thought before, could only have been drinking to have allowed him to have been pulled over so easily. He was an alpha. He should have been easily able to put up a fight against my dad, despite my dad being an experienced beta. But Miles didn't even bother. He had to have been drinking heavily. What is going on, Miles? I offered him a hand as he was getting up off the floor. I would ask you two fuckers the same question. He snarled. Where is my mate? I looked at my dad in sheer confusion. Bailey had said he had rejected her. He had said he had rejected her. So why was he calling her his mate? Miles, she isn't your mate. You rejected her, remember? I told him. You know what I fucking mean. Ex-mate, fucking bitch, she has disappeared. His words were slurred but still sounded angry. And so had you. He suddenly poked my dad in the chest. My dad looked down at the finger poking him in the chest before grabbing hold of it and twisting it. Want to watch yourself there, fuckface. He snarled at Miles, and I pulled my dad away from him before he started something we really do not need right now. I know he is desperate to defend Bailey, but it is not the right thing, not now. Miles rubbed his fingers, scowling. Before glaring at my dad, think it is you that needs to watch themselves. Going against pack orders. I didn't go against a pack order. I used my beta initiative, which oddly enough your dad trusts me to do. So, I chose to give my daughter permission, and plan to okay it with your dad. She will return when a vacancy becomes available here, as agreed with her when she gained her degree that she works for us. But, as you know, there are no vacancies, so it seemed silly for her degree to go to waste. And for her to be sat twiddling her thumbs until we needed her, so I agreed she should find something until we need her. My dad says with authority, like he dared Miles to argue, but I knew damn well he would. That was not your choice. He snarled. I believe it was. Dad said. Number Bailey was told she was not to work for anybody else. She had to remain in the pack, Miles snarled. Why? To be at your beck and call for you to make her feel even worse than you already had. I don't think so, little boy. and suddenly my dad was taking out his phone, scrolling through the contacts, and I could hear the dialing tone. Miles stood looking equally confused as my dad began to talk once more. "Hey Marshall, how are you?" Miles flew toward my dad. But I pulled him back, hard, until he was once more sitting down on the porch steps, forced to listen to the conversation, as my dad continued. "Look, I hope you don't mind me making a decision without you, but I could not find you, and it was sort of an on-the-spot sort of thing. Autumn Valley urgently needed a teacher, and as you know, Bailey was at home twiddling her thumbs. So I suggested she take it. I did not want her degree going to waste and her rotting away being bored here while we had nothing for her," Dad said with a sly smile at Miles, whose eyes were dark, telling me his wolf was close to shifting. "I was aware of the order you gave to her, and I didn't want to go completely against that. But at the same time, I didn't want my daughter suffering either. So I compromised and told her as soon as a vacancy here became available she must return. Is that okay with you?" My dad is nodding, I assume, in response to whatever my uncle is saying to him, before he is suddenly hanging up and looking at Miles with a smile. "Oh dear, look at that." Daddy agreed with me. Dad said with a smirk, "So if there is nothing else, perhaps you should run along." And with that he walked into the house, leaving me with a furious-looking Miles who looked ready to kill someone. "What the fuck?" he roared. Indeed. "Think you got some explaining to do," I said to him. "But right now, I have my mate to get settled into our new home, so I think that can wait for another day," I added, before I too walked away from him to join the rest of my family, hoping that my dad could soon arrange that meeting with my uncle to get Miles dealt with before he brought the pack down. Chapter 53. Asher. We walked through the forest in what I could only call a comfortable silence, which was unexpected. Bailey was happily looking around, enjoying the scenery, while I was fighting hard not to ask questions, and also fighting Zion, who was pushing hard to push through and shift. He was desperate to come out and go for a run, but I knew we were here for Bailey right now, and I didn't think my wolf out on one of his rampages was what she needed to see. "Thanks for not asking too much," Bailey suddenly said as we approached the tree line, heading back toward the pack, when I didn't want to talk. "It is fine," I said with a small smile. I realized that some things are difficult to talk about. I know that better than anyone. "Yeah." She looked at me curiously. I could tell from the expression on her face she wanted to know more. Well, she would be disappointed. I did not share my thoughts nor my worries with anyone. The things within my mind were mine. Nobody else needed plaguing with them. They were beyond messed up most of the time. "Yeah. And you don't need to be asking," I said to her with a sharp look, causing her to laugh. "Kinda figured," she shrugged. "You don't come across as the talking type." I held back the smirk playing on my lips while Zion was chuckling to himself. "She got you sussed pretty fast. We have been around most of the pack, I believe. Was there anything else specifically you needed to know?" I quickly tried to change the subject, not wanting to get into talking about me and my lack of willingness to talk. I got enough hassle about that from Eden. I saw her trying not to smile now, her eyes lit up when this happened, which seemed to be fairly frequently. I looked at her. "Something funny there, Miss West." "Back to Miss West now, am I?" she asked, and I simply shrugged while she continued. "My wolf is being her usual snarky self, so nothing for you to worry about." Ah, so it seemed I was not the only one who had to worry about their wolf, giving them a hard time though she was smiling. Which made me wonder what her wolf had said to make her smile. Whatever it was, she had clearly found amusing. It seemed her and her wolf had a decent bond. "And we don't?" Zion grumbled, sounding almost hurt by the implication that we were not close. "Depends on what type of mood you are in," I responded, as I stepped back onto the paths of the pack now, knowing time was moving along rapidly, and I should be returning to my office soon to get on with my work. So, Bailey, I said, putting emphasis on her name, which made her smile. Were there any other questions? When can I start work? I chuckled. Nothing like being eager. I have been desperate to find a job since I finished my degree, but I haven't been allowed to get one out of the pack, and there were no vacancies within my own pack, she said absent-mindedly as if in explanation, as she wandered along. But once again my mind was drawn to her words. She was not allowed to look for work outside of her own pack. So, has she been made to stay in her own pack then? That made little sense to me. If one of our pack members had gained a degree, but we had no vacancies within our pack for them, we would permit them to work elsewhere. Or what would the point of them having their degree be? Something about her pack and how they treated her bothered me. Even more so, after her rant at me. No, I cannot pry. She has nothing to do with me. This is her business. Something changed then. I smiled. Huh? She looked at me confused. You said you were not allowed to look for work away from the pack, yet here you are, working away from the pack. So, I guess something changed to allow you to look for work, I asked, but instantly cursed myself internally for being nosy. I swore I wouldn't do this, but it just seemed to happen. A curiosity to know more. Bailey raised her brows at me. So much for realizing some things are difficult to talk about, she said to me with a smile, and I found myself looking down at my feet, looking guilty. Sorry, I am joking, Beta, she giggled, and it took me by surprise. It was the sweetest sound. All that changed was I didn't have to apply as such. My dad was friends with your former alpha. So, the saying it's not what you know, it's who you know kind of worked in this instant. So it all could be arranged without any official contact, I said as I realized, and she simply nodded as we approached the doors of the pack house. Was there any news about Luna Eden? She asked me, and I figured that this was her attempt to change the subject, telling me not to pry any further, despite the fact I was desperate to know more. Not yet. But I plan to call in to see her later. She will want to know how this has gone. She will eat me alive if I haven't done a good job. And I saw Bailey's face light up as she smiled. I will be sure to give you a good report, Beta. Why? Thank you, Miss West. Keep calling me that, and I may change my mind. She smirked, and I found myself laughing as I held the door open for her. Back to where we started, I said to her. You think you can remember your way back to your room? I asked her. Because I do have things I need to do before the end of the day. Sorry for holding you up. She looked to me with an uncomfortable smile. That was not a criticism of you, nor a complaint of having to do the induction, Bailey. I told her it was not as bad as I expected. And oddly, I wasn't lying when I told her that. I actually found her company bearable. Chapter 54. Jordan. My first night in our new home with Gia was truly amazing. If this was going to be life with a mate, then I could most certainly get used to it. Waking up next to her in her pack for those first days had been incredible. But here in a house that I knew would be our forever home, well, it was on another level. Seeing her as I opened my eyes brought a contentment to me and my wolf I could not describe. This was what I had needed. Yet I had just not realized it. I snaked my arm around her waist, pulling her close to me, loving the contact of her skin against mine. Again, she giggled. Can I help it if I find my mate irresistible? I purred into her ear, causing her to giggle once more, making me smile. Jordan, need you in my office ASAP. My dad suddenly mind-linked, and my heart dropped. Wow, nothing like cock-blocking your own son was there. Are you sure I am needed? I tried, desperately hoping he would get the message and would realize I wanted some time with my mate. You have all of your life to be with your mate, Jordan. Keep your mucky mitts to yourself and get to my office. We have this mess to deal with. Your uncle is on his way, and we need to speak with him about everything. My dad blinked, and I knew despite his slight joke he added in there, he was deathly serious. This was our only chance we would get to put this across to my uncle. And if he didn't listen, then we would be facing the council, seeking their help on the matter. And that was the last thing we wanted. On my way, I grumbled reluctantly, with a big sigh. Everything okay, baby? Gia looked up at me with those beautiful eyes of hers, and I instantly hated this mess. But I knew what I had to do. I have to go out. I am needed at the office to deal with everything that has been going on, so as much as I do not want to leave you, and trust me, I cannot tell you just how much I do not want to leave you. I really need to be there, I explained, with a sad smile. Gia smiled. Her calm and caring smile. It is fine. I will still be here when you get home. This needs dealing with, so go and deal with it. I softly placed a kiss upon her head as I clambered from the bed and rushed to the shower. Knowing if I did not rush, then my dad would be on my case, and I did not need my previously good mood completely ruined by him. I got to the office in record time, to find Ellis just arriving too, and he smiled enthusiastically as he saw me. Your dad disturbed your time in bed with your new mate too. By any chance? He asked with a grin, and I couldn't help but smirk at him. I had heard Ellis had found his mate too, so it didn't surprise me that my dad had disturbed him as well as me. I wonder what gave you that idea. The ever so cheerful expression on my face. I said sarcastically, You mean the same one I am wearing? He grinned. But he is right. This does need dealing with. And Miles is passed out right now, so no better time, right? Of course, that would have been why my dad was up and doing this as early as he was. Miles will be rough today after his late-night drinking session, because he continued drinking long after I left him last night, because he was persistently mind-linking me to go and join him. I think he had forgotten I had found my mate now, and did not need to be going out to the bars to pick women up like he was suggesting. Him being out of it gave us an opportunity to speak to my uncle, the pack alpha, and Miles's father, without any chance of Miles disturbing us, offering us the opportunity to explain all that needed to be explained to him. And hopefully, he would see things the way we needed him to. He would see our side. You think your dad will listen, Elle? I asked him, as we approached my dad's office door. Not a clue. He has a habit of not seeing any flaw in anything Miles does, so if that is what happens here, then in truth we are in trouble. He says with a shrug as he knocked on the door. Yep, my dad called, as Ellis opened the door, slowly sticking his head around the door. Hey, Uncle. Oh, hey, Dad, he smiled, as I followed him in. Oh, why do I feel like I am being ambushed here? My uncle suddenly says, crossing his arms. We need to talk, and we feel the more of us here to express our concerns, the more likely you are to listen. My dad said, and I suddenly felt more than a little concerned, especially going off the angry expression upon my uncle's face. Oh, is that right? And what is it we are talking about? Because this does not feel right. My uncle's eyes darted between the three of us, and I could see his eyes were flickering between those of himself and his wolf, and I knew if his wolf came out we would be in trouble. We are worried about Miles' dad. Ellis took center stage, and the moment Miles was mentioned, Alpha Marshall stood up, his anger flaring immediately. Yet, you didn't think it was right to have him here to defend himself? He snapped, considering he is passed out because he has been drinking heavily again. That would be difficult, my dad said almost sarcastically, telling me he would not be taking any messing. He has issues, Marshall, and we need them addressed before he destroys the pack you have worked hard to maintain. What the fuck do you mean he has issues? He is a young alpha wolf enjoying life is all. My uncle dismissed the bad behavior as nothing of concern, which did not surprise me. My dad shook his head while Ellis suddenly walked across and stood in front of his dad. And what about attempting to kill a pack member? Is that a young alpha wolf enjoying life? My uncle's mouth dropped open and was about to speak, but Ellis continued. Or meeting his fated mate and rejecting her because he deemed her not good enough for him? Once again, my uncle's mouth was wide open. Shock etched all across his face. Number not Miles, surely not. He muttered, looking at my father as if he expected to tell him Ellis was wrong. Did you know about this? I only just discovered it. Why do you think I moved Bailey? Alpha Marshall looked confused now. Bailey, what has she to do with it? She was his fated mate. He treated her like shit, Dad, total shit for years. Then he had tried to keep her here for whatever reason, despite rejecting her, and then attacked a warrior she was friends with to the point he almost died. Had I not found him and stopped him, I am certain that the warrior would be dead. Had I not then taken him to the hospital, he would have been dead. My uncle dropped into his seat, shaking his head. Why, no, it doesn't make sense. That does not sound like Miles. It is true, Uncle. Believe us. Bailey has suffered at the hands of Miles for years, bullying and then rejection. He did not want her working away from here. He wanted her by his side yet did not want her. And then tried to hurt the one man that was making her smile again. We had to allow him and his family a safe passage out of our pack. Have you ever heard of a pack having to do that before for an alpha? Because I don't think that is normal behavior, I said, knowing I was treading a thin line in how I spoke to him, but I needed him to hear what we felt. He needed to see how dire the situation had become. The warrior and his family left the pack? He murmured, because of Miles. He couldn't be trusted not to do the same again, Dad. Do you not see that? He is fucking dangerous. I have heard some of the things he says because he is the upcoming alpha. He sees himself as untouchable. It makes him dangerous. Harley was told to leave for his own safety. As was Bailey, though she wanted to leave. She hasn't been happy here for some time, and who can blame her with how Miles has treated her? Ellis says with some spite to his tone. Miles deemed her not good enough and made sure all across pack thought the same. Bailey wasn't happy here. My uncle chewed his lower lip. Sweet Bailey, I thought she loved her home. Why do you think she wanted to study away? And then why do you think she begged to go and work elsewhere? I pointed out, hating that I likely played a part in that, in how I had treated her too. But I am doing my part in putting that right now. Miles has become out of control, Marshall. He needs dealing with. He is out each night drinking heavily, sleeping with random she-wolves, and being aggressive now around pack. He broke pack rules in rejecting his fated mate, which is not allowed by an alpha, not if you follow the older rules of a pack. He has bullied and made Bailey suffer needlessly for years. Yet she has kept quiet. None of us knew, even her own fucking family. Do you know how bad that makes us feel? My dad yelled, and my uncle looked to him with wide eyes, shocked at just how angry he had got. That boy has been given far too much freedom over the years, and now the power has gone to his head. He feels nothing can touch him. But he needs pulling back into line. He needs dealing with appropriately before he becomes so much out of control that there is no way back. So, the question is, are you going to deal with him yourself, or are you going to continue to make excuses for him, like you always have, and force me to go to the Werewolf Council for the benefit and safety of our pack? Chapter 55 Ellis. I saw the look upon my dad's face at my uncle's words, and I think it was safe to say he wasn't happy. I had known my dad long enough to know he hated to have his authority questioned. The thing is, my uncle knew that, even more than me. He had been his beta longer than I had been alive, and they had been friends even longer than that. but I can't say I disagree with a word my uncle has said. I know my dad would expect me to take the side of my family, but on this I couldn't. My uncle was right. We had to look out for the safety of our pack, and with Miles in the current state he was in, he was a serious risk to the pack. My dad needed to deal with him. The thing was, I didn't know how was best to do that. He had almost killed a man. Yes, we are werewolves. Yes, we kill, but that is when it was deemed necessary. We generally do not go around needlessly killing. That is not how we were brought up. And Miles was to be the next alpha. His reputation mattered massively. There was being respected for your strength and being feared for your ruthless and heartless manner. And being feared in that way, I did not think was right. I glanced across to Jordan. He had his head in his hands. I could see this was taking its toll on him. Are you okay? I mind-linked him. He and I had always been close, much like he and Miles had. Growing up with our dads being best friends, it was always going to happen, though he was always that bit closer to Miles, knowing he would be his beta. He was likely worried for his best friend, like I was about my brother, stressed, wondering what will be, tired. Brain feels like it wants to explode. He replied, and I couldn't help but smile. I don't think I could have put it better myself. Yeah, I get that. Hopefully they sort this. But going from that look on my dad's face, he wants to kick some asses. I warned him. So long as it isn't mine, I haven't had a coffee yet, he replied, and I held back the chuckle that was threatening. He was not the only one that hadn't had a chance to have his coffee this morning after being rudely disturbed by my uncle during mid-morning fun with my new mate. So not only are you throwing all this shit at me, but now you threaten me with the werewolf council too. My dad suddenly yelled right back at my uncle, telling me this was likely far from over. If needs be, Marshall. Yes. This needs dealing with. He is going to destroy this pack, and himself if he is not dealt with. Can you not see that? My uncle says, and he is not backing down. I got to give it to my uncle. Our current beta, he is a tough cookie. He is one of the few people besides my mum who will stand up to my dad so willingly. He does not take his shit, and if he believes he is wrong, he will tell him without faltering or fear. I have to say, I have always respected him for that, because, friends or not, he would always be the weaker of the two, because my dad was the alpha. Yet that never stopped my uncle. He was always ready to give my dad shit when it was needed, which many a time had brought much amusement to me. Sadly though, right now, this was far from amusing, and much more concerning. Neither one seemed willing to back down, and Uncle Donovan was ready to stand up for both his family and the pack without a doubt. And this time, I would have his back whether my dad liked it or not. So smart guy, what the fuck do you expect me to do? My dad looked to my uncle, and for once I saw uncertainty upon his face, and that filled me with fear. My dad is an overpoweringly strong alpha, always meticulous in his work. Ruthless yet logical and decent and compassionate when needed. He was much respected as an alpha both within our pack and beyond. He was always so certain of what he was doing, so to see this look of indecision and doubt upon his face worried me. You know all of this is true of Miles, I assume? You think we would come to you with things we weren't sure of, Marshall? Uncle Donovan says a little less harshly now. This is some serious shit. We cannot hand the pack to someone so dangerous he could destroy everything. He is already running around like he has no rules to follow. Like he believes, as the next alpha, he is not touchable. He broke rules in rejecting Bailey, and thought nothing of lying about that and covering it up. Hurting her over and over while he slept with other she-wolves before rejecting her. And now he won't even let her leave the pack. He is drinking excessively night after night, going to whore houses, getting into fights in clubs. One of the guards had to go and pay bail the other night and pay extra to allow the issue with the police to disappear. This can't continue. I saw my dad drop his head into his hands. "This was all Miles," he muttered, while I reeled in shock at the revelations, many of which I hadn't heard of either. It seemed my older brother had been doing a whole lot more than even I knew of. My uncle was right. We needed to fix this. And soon my dad had to see that though. "I am afraid so, Marshall. He isn't the sweet kid he once was." The power of knowing he is going to be alpha seems to have gone to his head. And, as for this, almost killing a pack member. That is it in my mind. That is not a man fit to be an alpha. He needs help. He has anger issues, but he has had since being a child. You know that. Had Ellis not been there, that warrior would be dead. Miles was ready to blame it on rogues. It was only because Ellis spoke up the truth came out. My uncle explained, and my dad looked across to me. "He said it was rogues," he asked. And I nodded. He tried to lie to cover up his disgusting actions. And I nodded once more. "I am sorry, Dad. But yeah, he asked me to lie for him too, saying the warrior deserved it. I did lie initially until I realized the truth. Then I told Uncle. We knew then we had to speak to you." My dad shook his head. "I need to speak to your mum. Dad, you can't make excuses for him anymore. This is the pack's safety you are talking about now." I warned him and he nodded. "I know, son. I feel sick knowing Miles is capable of all of this. This does not sound like him at all. He should be with his mate. Maybe Bailey should come home?" I saw the eyes of Jordan and Uncle Donovan dart towards one another, before looking at me and my dad in shock. Marshall, he rejected her. He treated her shockingly. She is not going back to him. She is finally free of him, and she will stay that way. If you want him to have a mate, then it will be a chosen one, and it will not be my daughter's. Chapter 56. Bailey. I lay on my bed after a quiet second day in the pack. Luna Eden was still in hospital, apparently on bed rest now, until she had the baby, which from what Beta Asher had told me had gone down like a lead balloon. So seeing her would likely wait until I was given the green light to visit her, or she had the baby, other than a brief visit to my bedroom door to notify me of that information early in the morning. I had not seen any more of Beta Asher either. I had wandered around the pack on my own, seeing if I could remember where things were, and I think I was doing okay. A few more days of exploring and I think I will know my way around. Thankfully, as bad as my sense of direction could be at times, I could just rely on the sense of direction of Akira, and she generally put me on the right path. I had spent the rest of the day sitting in my room creating name badges for all of my new class members with supplies I had brought with me. I was a sucker for arts and crafts, and always had supplies lying around, especially for classes I had done at university. While visiting the school with Beta Asher, I asked for a class list of the children I would be teaching, which he had reluctantly given me with a confused expression. But it allowed me to create them all individual name badges as a little gift for me arriving. But also that would help me learn their names too. Plus, it had been a good way to kill time, as I was so desperate to begin my teaching role now. But I still had a few days to wait, with Beta Asher saying I would start on Monday, likely thinking a beginning of the week start would be best. I felt full of excitement about what lay ahead. My new pack was beautiful. I had the job I had been training hard for, and I could not wait to meet the children I would be teaching. And I was finally away from Miles. Yet, as I lay and looked up to the ceiling of my new room, I felt a little alone. I thought instantly of Harley and wondered if he was okay. I know he had left the same night I had. I could only hope he had reached his new pack safely like I had. Was it truly what I wanted, not to be with him? He still seemed keen on being with me, and I missed him. I picked up my phone. "Hello?" His familiar and warm voice filled my ears, and immediately I smiled. "Hey, Harley." I greeted him, so glad to hear his voice, realizing then just how much I had been missing him. Bailey, how are you? He sounded enthusiastic at the sound of my voice, and instantly I felt uplifted. Well, I am in a new pack, just like you. I joked. You got your job? I got my job. But that isn't important. How are you doing? Are you okay now? Did you get to your new pack okay? I bombarded him with questions. Whoa. Lots of questions. He chuckled. And let me just say your new job is massively important, bye. Do not forget that. I am so happy for you. But in answer to your questions, I am doing okay, still a little tender here and there. But thankfully, I am slowly healing now. Wolf is finally able to do what he is meant to do. And, yes, we got to the new pack. Ah, boo. I am so glad to hear that. I have been so worried about you, I admitted, with a sigh. Wishing he was here to hug right now. I won't lie, I missed him. Guess what? Bye? He exclaimed, sounding super excited, and this made me smile. Though the more I got to know him, the more he knew how to make me smile. What, Harley? I teased. I wondered if he was about to tell me he missed me or something. I found my mate, he exclaimed, and instantly the smile upon my face was gone. She was here all along in my mum's old pack. The excitement in his voice was so clear. Yet my heart felt like it had fallen through the floor right now. But I knew I had to say something. He would be expecting an answer. Wow. That is amazing, Harley. I said with as much happiness as I could force within my voice. Bailey. Are you okay? I am sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. I was going to message to tell you, but then I thought it was better to speak and tell you. Damn it, I messed up, didn't I? He muttered, and I can hear the excitement gone from his voice now too, making me feel terrible. I feel so bad now. His initial reaction told me he was happy about the fact he had met her, so I did not want that to change. This was his fated mate. Like my dad said, he would want her. Instinct would kick in. He would crave her, and he so evidently had. He sounded overjoyed at finding her, just the way it should be too. He should not feel anything less because of me. Harley, it is fine. She is your fated mate. You sound so happy. What is her name? I asked, despite not caring one little bit, but trying desperately hard to be interested for Harley. Dana, she is a female warrior, bye. They have female warriors here. She is tall with long dark hair and the biggest blue eyes. She was on guard duty as we arrived, and I knew then, boy. His voice faltered, and it felt like my heart was crumbling at his words. But I did my best to stay composed. He deserved this. This was the girl picked for him by the moon goddess. The one he was meant to be with. AW. She sounds perfect, Harley, I told him. You will be back to full strength in no time with her by your side, and a warrior too. She will be able to whoop your ass. He chuckled. I think she probably already could, though I think I may let her. His voice trailed off as if he was thinking of it. And I knew then. I needed to get off the phone. I didn't think I could listen to much more of this. I was glad he was safe. I was glad he was healing, and now I knew he would be happy too. He didn't need me anymore. Sorry, Harl. My dad is trying to call. I am going to have to go. I had just wanted to ring to check if you were okay, and it sounds like you are doing amazing. Oh, okay, bye. Thanks for calling. Call again soon, won't you? He asked. Sure thing. I told him as I hung up, but I knew that we likely wouldn't be talking too much now. He had found his mate. Seems things had worked out the way they had for a reason. Had me and him gone to his mum's pack together like he had suggested, him taking me as his chosen mate and his fated mate had been there, things would have been beyond awkward. he would never have been able to resist her. Not when you listened to how enamored he was with her. Things would never have worked for us. He was with the right girl now. I needed to accept that. Fate had done the right thing. I slid off my bed. I wandered out of my room and down toward the kitchen. I needed a drink, seeing as I couldn't sleep. The corridors were empty now, as I walked along them. I had genuinely thought we could have had a future. Perhaps as chosen mate further down the line, I should never have allowed myself to get close to him knowing there was his fated mate out there. I was just risking getting hurt. Bailey? A deep voice says from behind me, making me jump as I turned around, only to find Beta Asher looking at me, a little confused, likely as to why he found me wandering the corridors of the pack house at this late hour. Then he tilted his head slightly as his eyes drifted across my face. Have you been crying? Chapter 57. Asher. Another usual night of me working late. So much additional work to do with Caleb on daddy duties, while Eden was on bed rest. Though listening to his tales of his mate being restricted to bed, she was far from an ideal patient. I definitely think I had it easier with additional work. Poor Caleb sounded knackered and ready to pull his hair out. I think it is safe to say both Caleb and Eden were ready for this little bundle of joy to arrive. And soon, sitting at my desk in my office, I knew I would be there for a few more hours, so I had wanted a coffee. Though I had run out of coffee in my office. So, a much-needed wander to the kitchen had been needed. Stretch my legs too. However, one person I did not expect to see was Bailey wandering the corridors too. Well, no. That is a lie. I would not expect to see anybody because nobody was in the pack house at this hour. But that is beside the point. But her room had minimal facilities, like many of the pack house rooms. So perhaps she needed a drink. Bailey? I called out to her, and saw her visibly jump a little at my words, making me smile. So much for being aware of everything around you as a werewolf. Seems this one was off in another world. It was a good job, it was only me. It was only as she turned to look at me, and I got a little closer that something caught the light of the corridor lighting. Tears. I was sure of it. Had she been crying? Had someone upset her? Have you been crying? I found myself asking, though I know in truth it was nothing to do with me, and I doubted she would want to tell me either. Her voice faltered a little as her gaze moved away from mine, suddenly looking down to the floor. Should I take that as a yes, but mind your own business, Asher? I asked, and she suddenly looked up at me. Her big brown eyes looked in pain. You don't want to know. It is pathetic, she said with a shrug. I was just going to grab a drink. I am sorry for being out of my room. I found myself frowning. Bailey, you are not in a prison. If you need to be out of your room, it allowed, you know. Yes, I have lived alone in the pack house for quite some time, but that does not mean I expect you to stay in your room the moment you arrive here. I have heard the things said about me in the pack. The nasty rumors. Comparing me to a monster living in a castle. All alone in the pack house because nobody else is safe to live with me. No, in truth, I live here because I could no longer face living in the beta home I had begun to share with my mate. If that meant living alone in the large pack house, then so be it. It would be the way it was. I preferred to be alone anyway. Bailey simply shrugged as we stood awkwardly in the corridor now. Come on, let us go and get you a drink. I need another coffee. I ran out in my office. Bailey nodded and followed me as I began to walk along the corridor. As I glanced across at her, I could see tears still fresh within her eyes. Even Zion was whimpering at the sight of her like this, and that made my heart clench at the sight too. Bailey, I know we said some things were difficult to talk about, so I apologize for asking, but I don't like to see people cry. What has happened? Is something wrong at your pack? I asked. She looked over at me with a small smile. There is a little heart in there somewhere, isn't there, Beta? She teased, and I smiled. But before I could respond, she shrugged and continued. Not a clue what is going on in the pack, actually. Still awaiting an update. All hell breaking loose, I would imagine. Then her eyes widened like she realized she had said too much. Forget I said that. I raised my brows at her, desperate for her to tell me what the hell was going on. All these little pieces of information were not giving me anything, and I needed to know more. I wanted to know what risk this girl brought to our pack. Please. She looked at me almost pleadingly. Before I found myself nodding as we walked into the kitchen. Thank you, she said, placing her hand upon my arm, the contact making me jump. As for why I was crying, the guy I was kind of seeing, well, he just found his fated mate. Pathetic, I know. I raised my brows again. So she had been seeing someone. That was always dangerous. Feelings become involved, and when you are a werewolf, you know there are fated mates, and once they come into the picture, nothing else matters. The feelings that were once there become almost invisible to you, because the draw to your fated mate is everything. It is why we are advised not to date. The pain can be too much. I'm sorry. That can't be nice to hear, I admitted, knowing how hard it can be. Having seen my friend go through the same a number of years ago before he had met his own fated mate. He was all for taking the girl as his chosen. Until her fated mate came into the picture, and suddenly it was like he was barely visible to her. Nigh on broke his heart. It was one of the reasons I turned down his offer to be his chosen mate, when he offered me a way out of pack. She said, gazing distractedly out of the window. I don't think she realized just how much she was saying. This guy had thought enough of her to offer to be her chosen mate. He wanted her to be his. That meant a lot, yet she had said no. Did that have more to do with the control her pack seemed to hold over her? He must have thought highly of you to offer you that chance, Bailey. He will be hurting as much as you. I reassured her, but she looked at me confused. He definitely did not sound like he was hurting. He sounded happy, she said with a sad smile, but I nodded. Of course. It will be a mixture of emotions right now. His instinct would be all for his fated mate. We are built to want them, crave them. We wait for them. We wait for them. My voice falters a little at that as I instantly think of Isla, and I see Bailey looking up to me, concern within her big brown eyes. You know what? I will give you the space you need, Bailey. But trust me, he is likely hurting too, I said as I rushed from the kitchen, needing to be alone. The thoughts of Isla suddenly took over my mind. I do not need Bailey witnessing me falling apart. Chapter 58, Miles. I have no clue what day it actually is now. I do the things in pack expected of me the best I can, avoiding most people as much as possible. But I escaped as soon as I could to have a drink. Quite simply, drinking has become a normal part of my routine, and I did not know what I would do without it now. But the thing with being a werewolf was alcohol had little effect in small amounts. So, I had to drink larger amounts, and the more I drank, and my body adjusted to it, the more I had to drink to gain the same effect. This pack felt like nothing but a constant pressure upon my life I did not want, yet the power that came with it was too good to walk away from. That was the only thing stopping me from handing over my title to Ellis. He would likely make a better alpha than me. He was more sensible, more kind and caring, more logical, and, of course, now he had the perfect fucking fated mate too. Me, on the other hand, had none of those things. And never would either. I am sure Jordan walked away from me the other night. I can't quite remember, but I have a memory of it, so I believe it happened. Though it may have been a dream. Who knows? The drink makes it hard to tell sometimes the difference between reality and imaginary. One thing I do know is he ignored my calls too. He was picking that new whore in his life over me? Was that how he thought things would be? I didn't like that. Jordan was my closest friend. My closest ally had been since we were small. He was going to be my beta. We have always been together. So why was it all of a sudden I was second best to some second-rate bimbo that had appeared in his life? He surely realized without me he had no title. No claim to the beta role. He needed me more than he needed some cheap woman. It wasn't like he and I had ever struggled to pick up women when going out together. So why could he not just be content with that? Be a decent friend to me. My fucking dad had not listened to me when I had told him that Uncle Donovan had manipulated him with the whole Bailey situation. I explained the whole sorry mess, telling him in detail why she needed to be here. Obviously not the real reason. As he could never know she had ever been fated to me, that would be the worst possible outcome. My dad had always taken my opinion into consideration before, but this time, he simply laughed in my face. Laughed in my fucking face and told me to get over it. That Uncle Donovan had consulted him and it was fine. So, I needed to find some other way to bring her back. Miles. My dad yelled as he walked into the house while I tried to nap on the sofa. I grumbled. Already sick of him, having managed to avoid him as much as possible over the last few days. Getting sick of lectures about my drinking and attitude. Since when was he fucking God? I was a grown man. Was I not capable of making my own choices? If I want to drink, that should be my choice. Sit up, he ordered. Think I am good. I muttered, staying where I was. Laid out, with my eyes shut, no intention of moving for him just to please him. I am sure the lecture he no doubt wanted to give me could wait for another time. It was no doubt a repeat of the same one he seemed to have on replay, about responsibility behavior. Alpha role, expectations. Boring. 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 I suggest you move before I move you. My dad ordered again, and this time I sat myself up and looked at him. He looked fucking furious. What the hell had got into him lately? Mum suddenly decided to shut up shop and stop giving it up to him, and he had turned into a sex-starved moody bastard. That was not my issue, and did not need to be taken out on me. I rolled my eyes at him. What is wrong? And just as I spoke, my mum walked in, her eyes falling to my dad and then to me. We doing this now? She asked my dad, making me all the more cautious. What the hell were they talking about? Whatever it was they had evidently spoken about previously. I think it is time, Dad said, looking at Mum with a nod, motioning for her to sit herself down in the armchair where she always sits, especially for all her favorite shows. Anyone going to tell me what the fuck is going on? I snapped, suddenly feeling angry at the fact that it felt like my family were keeping things from me. Yes. If you actually give us a moment, we are concerned about your behavior lately, Miles. Some information we learned has made us even more concerned. Dad began, and instantly my mind was whirring into gear, wondering what information they had learned and from whom I would kill whoever had given them information about me that put my reputation into doubt. So, we are not permitting you to become alpha. You need to seek treatment. Then we might consider it. Also, you need to find a mate. Obviously, it will now be a chosen one, won't it? Seeing as you rejected the mate fated to you by the moon goddess, breaking one of the rules given to you as an alpha, my dad barked out once more. But I don't care for him right now. It is his words that get to me. They hit me like a spear through my chest. Someone told him I rejected Bailey. Who the fuck told you that? I roared, standing from my seat. My dad stood to meet me. You want to fight me, Miles? When 95% of the time you are inebriated right now. I wouldn't advise it. Even when you are fully sober, I am still stronger. I can see your brain ticking. You are in doubt now, wondering who betrayed you, right? You want to know who told me, your pack. People who were concerned for the safety of their pack, because it seems their upcoming alpha has let his power go to his head. And trust me, as an alpha, that is the worst thing he can do. So it is about time he reins his neck in and sorts himself out, or he will not be becoming alpha after all. I thought I had taught you better than that. But I am telling you something, Miles. I will not tolerate this shit. I will not put my pack at risk because of you. Never. My hands trembled in anger. He dared to threaten me with taking my title away, something I was born to inherit, something I have lived toward earning my whole fucking life. Some fucker within my pack had betrayed me in speaking up, but I know my dad is right. I cannot take him. He is stronger, and my head does not feel fully with it at the best of times. My wolf has barely been with it for days. And I swear that is because Bailey has been gone. That was why she needed to be back. Why did they not see that? This is not right. You want me married off and getting anger management? I demanded, because that was the only logical treatment I could imagine they meant. I knew my anger had grown out of control and was something my parents were so frequently mentioning. Pretty much, my dad said, or you will not be the next alpha, got it? Chapter 59. Asher. My heart would not stop racing the moment I left Bailey. The thought of Isla was fresh within my mind. It tore at my very core. All my efforts at pushing thoughts of Isla back were failing so miserably. I did not know what to do. All I had known was that I needed to get away from Bailey before she saw me fall apart. She was new to the pack. I was to be her beta, and I was expected to be strong and composed. Her father was a beta. She knew what was expected of a beta, and I did not need her to see any weakness in me. There would be no hope of sleep finding me tonight. Perhaps it was more a case of, there was no way I wanted sleep to find me tonight. I knew that dreams of Isla would be too overpowering, too painful. All from a conversation about finding your fated mate. Maybe avoiding the new girl was a better idea. I returned to my office without the coffee I needed so badly and continued with the work that I needed to do. Processing all the files that Caleb had given me to do on his behalf. Never mind them being glad when that new baby arrived. I would be too, so that my additional duties would be gone. I would have that extra time to be out running. Allowing Zion his extra freedom he so frequently craves to escape the day-to-day stresses, and to take his pain out on some unsuspecting rogues. Hour after hour passed as I sat focused on the work in front of me. Determined not to allow myself to fall asleep. Determined not to allow the thoughts of Isla take over my mind. Despite that, her name was not far from my thoughts. And the persistent pain within my chest reminded me of why I was here, why I could not go to sleep. I could not witness the pain of losing her all over again. Suddenly, the office door opened, and I looked up irritated that whoever it was had not bothered to knock. One of my major bugbears, this was my office. Would it hurt them to knock? However, Caleb walked in, looking bright and breezy. Something I felt so far from it was unreal. Morning, Ash. He greeted me with a smile, then as he looked at me he frowned. Shit, bro, you look like you haven't slept, are you okay? I wonder. Little did my friend know I hadn't slept, but he also didn't need to know that. I didn't need him to have anything else to worry about on top of his wife being in the hospital. I know he worried about me and my mental state sometimes, and I don't need to be an extra cause of concern for him right now. That was the last thing he needed right now. I am fine. A lot of work is all, I said with a shrug. Been up early. It is 7 now. What time you get up? Caleb questions, a suspicious look upon his face. Fuck. Did he know? Not sure. I was awake early, so I thought I was best getting a head start. I lied. You sure about that? Because I am pretty sure they are the clothes I saw you in yesterday, Caleb says with a frown. You haven't been to bed again, have you, Asher? This time he sounded angry. Caleb, fine. Give it a rest, I snapped. This is not okay. Ash. Things are difficult enough as they are right now. With Eden laid up, I don't need you burning yourself out. You know you need to be careful. What is wrong? I thought things were okay. Are you struggling again? Caleb's face was full of concern, and I hated myself for adding more pressure and worries to the shoulders of my friend. He does not need this right now, and I know it. Caleb, I said, I was fine. So will you just take my fucking word for it for a change? I said bluntly. You know, ever since I lost Isla, my sleep has been knackered. It was a bad night is all, so I decided to make use of the fact I couldn't sleep and do some work. Okay. I do it fairly often. It is of no major issue, so stop making it one. It definitely isn't something you need to be concerned about. It isn't healthy, Asher. He snapped. Well, I ain't dead yet, Caleb. I snarled. Should I ask your dad to take over your duties for a little while? So you can take a break? Caleb suggested, and instantly Zion was rippling beneath the surface, anger pulsating through my body. How dare he imply I am not capable of doing my beta role because I struggle with the loss of my mate, because I struggle with sleep, yet the cheeky fucker was quite happy to offload all the mediocre tasks he couldn't be bothered to do himself. Are you for real? I found myself roaring, knowing then Zion was involved now too. This was not going to end well if Caleb got angry. Caleb raised his brows at me. Really, he snarled. Do I not have the right to be concerned for my friend, and if I think you aren't able to do your job, then too fucking right, I am for real, Asher. I pushed my chair back angrily, so I was standing. Zion was so close to shifting now, but I knew the moment he did that, Thor, Caleb's wolf would be shifting too, and all hell would break loose. My office would be destroyed, and the two of us would be seriously injured, like the last time we fought. Caleb was needed right now. He did not have time to recover from a full-on fight. As much as I wanted to kick his ass, I fought hard to push Zion back. Why am I not able to do my job, Caleb? Have I not been doing everything expected of me and more? I said, a little more calmly this time, so he could see I was not as angry. I needed him to see my anger was under control, but this not sleeping and being on edge all the time isn't normal. Ash, can you not see that? Did you see the pack doctor like I asked? Or the therapist? Caleb asked softly. I know he was desperate for me to seek grief counseling after the loss of my mate. Why he thought that would help me, I don't know. Sitting in a room with some randomer discussing how much it hurt to lose my mate, and analyzing all the things that came with it. No, that was not for me. I would rather stab myself in my fucking eyes with a needle. It was not going to help me. Not in the slightest. Sleeping tablets were the treatment option from the doctor, I told him. And I am not relying on medication. Besides, it isn't that I can't sleep, I added silently within my mind, knowing I cannot share this with my friend. It is just that my sleep is plagued with visions of my mate losing her, reliving the pain as she leaves me, waking me in floods of tears. Or sweating, desperate to try to save her. Yet I can't, having to relive her loss all over again. All on repeat. Therapy could work though, and you know it could, Asher. Caleb began, but I gave him a dark look. Not going over this again. Not happening. Was there something you came in here for? If not, then I have work to do. You know, the work you should be doing. But I am doing for you because I am a good beta. I snapped, knowing I am being a dick, but he had irritated me that much I couldn't help myself. Caleb sighs, dropping himself on the sofa. Eden wanted me to find out how the induction went is all. Well, The new girl is still alive if that is what she needs to know. I didn't eat her or lose her. I smiled sarcastically at my friend. Caleb chuckled. I don't think she thought you would, but I may tell her you did just to see her reaction. I see him thinking, so I can only imagine where his mind has gone. On your head be it, if you do. I warned him, as Eden was grumpy at the best of times in a morning, even more so during her pregnancy. Seriously though, did the induction go okay? Bailey know all she needs about Pack. You show her around all the Pack. Please tell me you were nice to her. I rolled my eyes. Did they think I was incapable of being nice? I think I was nice. Wasn't I? I even gave her some sympathy. Or tried. Oh, I don't fucking know. I tried. That was the best she was going to get. It was the best I could do. Yes. It went fine. She had a full tour of the Pack. Full induction seemed happy enough. Starts Monday, I explained, and Caleb nods. Eden is glad to have her here. She says she should be good for the school. New teacher with new ideas. She seemed nice too, right? Caleb looked at me as if he waited for an answer. What the hell did he expect me to say? She was a she-wolf I didn't even know. Sure, she seemed okay. Can't say I even knew her, other than she seemed to have one hell of a messed up past. Chapter 60. Bailey. I strolled through the Pack enjoying the late afternoon sunshine, wasting the last of my days before my start at school. I could not wait now. I was so excited about starting my new role. I was getting good at finding my way around the Pack now too, with Akira's assistance albeit. But I was getting there slowly. I had decided to escape my room for a few hours and walk around the whole Pack. While most people were likely enjoying a lazy Sunday with their families, my mind had been on home the last few days, but I had barely heard from home. When I did reach out, my dad just kept telling me things were in hand and not to worry about anything. Which, I cannot lie, kind of made me worry all the more. This made me feel like he was likely hiding things from me. Were things happening and he didn't want me to know? I had blocked Miles's mobile number. So even if he wanted to get hold of me, there would be no possibility, or at least not from his own phone. Sunday back home was definitely a family day. A day for a big meal together, or possibly a BBQ with friends and family. And here I had neither. The closest I had to a friend was Luna Eden, and she was still in the hospital. The only other person I had spoken to was the beta. I had a few funny looks in the dining hall from Pack members, likely wondering who the strange girl was. But nobody actually spoke to me, and I had yet to find the courage to speak to them. I could not lie. I was feeling lonely, and sitting alone in my room only enhanced that feeling. It was not nice. I thought I felt lonely at home despite being surrounded by family. But this was equally as bad because here nobody knew I was here. And I don't think anyone cared. But I was determined not to feel sorry for myself and had been determined to go out and keep myself busy, which was how I found myself out and wandering the whole of the Pack, needing to keep myself moving, exploring every inch of the Pack, get to know my home. So, while I may not know the people here, I could still say I knew the Pack. I had become a little braver, and had even decided to wander through the forests too. Despite the persistent pushing from Akira for her to shift and go for a run, I pushed her back, not wanting her to take over. I wanted to explore the Pack myself, allow myself to get to know where I would be living now, though it now meant Akira was in a mood and had retreated to the nether reaches of my mind to sulk, leaving me alone to enjoy my walk in total silence. The forests were beautiful and as well taken care of as the Pack was. Alpha Caleb evidently took great care of his Pack, and that to me showed what a great alpha he was. As I wandered through the shade of the trees, enjoying the sight of the smaller animals I saw, and the slight warmth of the sun breaking through the branches above me. I heard footsteps behind me, and my heart began to race. "Akira," I begged, desperately needing my wolf ready to defend me in case this was a loose rogue. Someone here that should not be. I didn't even know my way back to pack in a hurry if I needed to. Nor did anyone know I was here. Shit. I didn't think this through. I increased my speed as I moved back in what I thought was the direction of the pack, desperately in need of getting away from whoever else could be in the forest. Why did I think it a good idea to come for a walk here? Bravery was not brave after all, even less so when my bloody wolf had gone AWOL after being in a mood with me. My palms were becoming sweaty as I moved faster, almost to a run now, just as my foot got caught in a root in the undergrowth and I tripped going flying, the floor coming to meet my face far too quickly. Before I could even stop myself, and as I fell, I heard the footsteps coming even closer. "Who is there?" A deep male voice demanded angrily. My head felt fuzzy, while my heart raced. Surely a rogue wouldn't demand you identify yourself, would they? Either way, my mouth did not seem capable of working right now. I was struggling to breathe, let alone speak as I was so panicked. Suddenly 2 feet, heavily clad in big boots, were in front of me. "Who are you?" The voice demanded once more. As my eyes rose up from the heavy military boots the man had on his feet all the way up his strong body to his big blue eyes. His sandy blonde hair slicked back off his face into a small bun, despite his hair also being shaved undercut. The strong, chiseled features looking down at me with curiosity. A small smile playing upon his lip. "Are you going to answer me?" I stuttered, still struggling with my words. I would say going from how he was dressed he could be a guard. Maybe a warrior. Definitely not a rogue. Suddenly, a hand was placed in front of me, as if to offer me assistance in getting up. "Come on, let's get you up." I took his hand, surprised by the strong grip of his hand, as he helped me up. I felt his eyes upon me as I now stood in front of him, in my navy yoga pants and matching cropped top and trainers. My long dark hair pulled back into a ponytail. I likely looked hot and sweaty and a total mess. Now, with added features of twigs and leaves for added effect. Not a look any woman would want when encountering a man, but I did not expect to be seeing anyone whilst I was out walking, so, for the 3rd time, "Who are you?" He smiled. He didn't seem quite so intimidating when he smiled like that. His big blue eyes almost twinkled. "And then I may even move on to the question of why you are up here if you can manage that." I scowled at him, not appreciating his patronism. "I am not stupid. Did I say you were?" He smiled again. "Though in my defense, all I have seen of you so far is that you fall over your own feet and until this point lacked the ability to talk, so it didn't look great." I pouted in annoyance. He was a cheeky fucker, this one, and I don't even know who he was. "Are you going to give me an answer?" He asked again. "I am the new teacher." I was going for a walk around pack and wasn't aware I wasn't allowed to. "Didn't say you weren't allowed to, did I?" "No need to get your panties in a twist over me, sweetheart." He winked with a deep chuckle, making me look at him with a raise of my eyebrows. This guy seemed awfully confident. "Oh, believe me, you had no effect whatsoever on my panties," I said coolly, only making him chuckle more. There may be time for that yet." He winked again. "Now, do you know your way back? That is the question." I faltered, desperately not wanting to admit I likely wasn't sure of my way back, not with Akira gone AWOL, off in her little temper tantrum somewhere. But knowing if I didn't admit it, I could be wandering around the forest and even pack for some time yet. The guy next to me grinned. "I will take that as a no. Come on, my shift is almost done. I will show you how to get back. Always nice to help a damsel in distress. I give him a dark glare, but again he only chuckles. This guy seems to find everything funny. Geez, do you not have a sense of humor hidden in them curves there? He questions as his eyes drift over my body, making me shiver. For me to use my sense of humor. First, would you not have to be funny? I said with a smirk, and he smiled. Ooh, bitchy. He wiggled his brows at me. You might want to remember that without me, you will be lost, I sighed. I honestly don't know which would be worse right now,